Bosan sama rasa yang itu-itu aja? Baru Cornetto Apple Crunch. Bosan sama rasa yang itu-itu aja? Baru Cornetto Apple Crunch.
Yes. Yes. Tiba-tiba. Halo bro. Oi. Halo, welcome bro. Tiba-tiba. Tiba-tiba.
Bro, aduh bro,
Tuh bang, main ke
saya.
bang.
Ayo bang, main bang, gas bang, bang biasa nih bang.
Random ya
GG
bang.
nggak tuh bang? Nih boleh bang. Lu GG nggak bang? Capek gua bang, nonton mulu nih dari tadi nih.
Tiba-tiba.
Ku takut kehilangan dirimu. Oh Monica.
Ini kayak gimana nih bang? Ajarin bang.
Takut kehilanganmu. Aku tak bisa.
Simpannya kayak gimana nih bang? Gua harus
Gitu
ngapain nih bang?
Beli aja sih bang.
Bagusan ini apa yang mana bang? Kita kemana nih?
Kayaknya bagusan ini bang. Oh, kamu mau pamer-pamer baju sama aku ya? Oke. Apa kau? Hah? Pamer-pamer baju kau? Aduh. Baju. Apa kau? Apa kau? Kira nih kere.
Tiba-tiba.
Oh, dia Monica. Aduh, baru mandi bang. Seger banget bang. Keren
Wih,
bang.
tampilan panjas.
Anjay, keren banget ya. Keren ya. Bang, keren banget bang, sumpah bang. Bang, kayaknya gua kenal sama lu deh bang. Bisa bang?
Wede. Keren bro. Kita turun mana, bro?
Mana tadi yang gaya-gaya nunjukin exit level 1 itu, Bang? Oke lu. Exit level 1 lu tunjukin. Badut, badut. Au, Monica. Maukah kau jadi pacarkan? Ush, Bang, ada vampir spot nih, Cak. PPE nih. Lalu.
Ini mah rokok, vape anjir, rokok elektrik
Oh, iya,
anjir.
apa ya? Gue kira vampir.
Bukan ini mah rokok elektrik
Ini
ini.
sih, udah kabur nih mata gua, Cok. Tahu kan lu? Tuh. Awas aja lu, salah ya. Yang biasa nih, bos. Etin mulu nih, bos. Ih, rame ya?
Yang di bumi itu gimana biar bisa lihat bumi? Gimana nih kita
Itu tadi
turunnya?
masuk di portal itu. Masuk di portal.
Kita turun mana, bro?
Marked a location.
Sini aja, bro.
Marked a
Lantai 2,
location.
bro. Lantai 2. Aduh, udah ada orang, bro. Mati kita, bro. Bro.
Kita ngapain ini, bro?
Mati, bro, bro. Gila sih lu, bro. Gokil lu, bro.
Cara ngambil senjatanya mana, cowok?
Aduh, tolongin deh, ini. Kagak ada senjata. Nomor 1 dia. Setan. Turunnya tuh dia event yang ini loh, Cak. Event kecilnya itu jangan dibawa dulu, kita baru naik ke atas nih tanda gue.
Gua nggak tahu, bro.
Pemburu Sultan yang bunuh gue, cuy. Tuh, Bang Hasan. Mana Bang Hasan? Aduh,
Ini pen
lapar.
yang ini di gimana sih cara
Gua belum.
customin itu, cuk? Oh, ini.
Lu setting dulu tombolnya.
Ya.
Abangnya. Oh, Monica mau kerja. Kan udah, lu udah mati, Cak. Udah, Cuk. Harus bareng-bareng kayaknya di event ini. Lu di tengah ya? Ayo aja. Buka atas, Cak. Di atas, Cak, di atas, Cak. Kita ini, Cak, kita buka apa? Foto kita, Cak, di sini, Cak. Ada orang, gua.
Di bawah ya, di bawah ya.
Ayo, gas dulu ya, bawah.
Oh. Ah,
Halo.
gimana sih lu, Moy?
Ini.
Help!
TN. Nanti, Bang.
Gimana sih lu, Moy?
Gimana, Bang?
Biji lu.
Banyak nonton sih gua nih, Bang, kayaknya. Seret dah. Oh, dia Monica. Cek.
Recall, Bang. Udah gue recall sini. Gimana lu, Moy?
Help!
Lalu mati lagi.
I'm recalling a teammate.
Orang di sini.
Thanks.
Thank you ya, abang, kakak. Mulut anjing. Orang ya? Keren sih, sekarang lu, legit. Oke aja kan lu. Ha.
Di atas.
Onde bang?
Kok gelap gini?
Iya.
Gelap dong, nggak seru dong.
Ntar terang juga. Lo sampai jam berapa? Gua sampai jam 6 dong nih. Ambil mobil lah situ bang.
Watch out!
Ambil mobil lah. Bareng aja gitu.
Dipan lagi kah? Tahu kemana?
Boleh kah? Itu tuh ya udah biasa aja lah. Ayolah lawan lah. Atau mau ambil transformer lu? Ambil transformer aja kali.
Di mana? Di mana?
Sabar, nanti dia nanti ada di map. Nanti lihat di map ya. Udah diambil aja mobilnya.
This ends now,
Nah, tuh udah
Megatron.
salah, udah diambil kah?
Pride
Mobilnya
still
udah diambil.
breathes. How tedious.
Sabar, kita ambil yang ini aja, Cak. Bang, sini bang. Tuh bang, coba bang. Berempat sini. Lihat di map, Cak. Ada robot. Itu. Ayo, Cak, kita ke gua ambil ini dulu ya. Apa sih namanya? Aduh, Optimusnya jauh lagi. Ambil Optimusnya. Ini bagi nih. Ini bang, lu bawa bang, biar gua bawa.
Gua pakai ini, pakai skateboard.
Jangan, bisa lama.
Oh iya.
Pocinki biji. Pocinki kita ambil dulu Optimus. Baru kita putar-putar cari musik tuh anjir. Dia dapat aja tuh orang tuh. Bang gua kagak lap ya, Cak ya?
Please recall me.
Aduh, jangan sampai. Sabar nanti dari call.
Got it.
Wah, udah diambil, Cak. Megatron Optimus Prime-nya. Kita lawan lah. Tapi kagak ada senjata, Cuk. Melawan gimana ini?
Emang ngeri.
Ya udah coba aja. Ya udah.
Lebih ngerian Titan apa itu?
Lebih ngeri Titan, kenok. Tapi ini tuh.
Watch out.
Kiri. Tuh. Itu udah jadi Optimus dia tuh. Kan udah gak ada peluru, Cuk.
Coba. Kita bisa ambil punya dia kah?
Hah? Gua ada peluru, Cak. Tabrak sih.
I am Optimus Prime.
Lari, Cak. Lari. Lari biji, mati lu. Lu sini. Anjir, mati lagi. Anjir. Aduh, mati.
Help!
Aduh, mati gua. Anjir, gak ada itu.
Mark the location.
Udah. Mati lu jangan.
Watch out!
Anjir ada orang Cak, tolong. Gua aman ya, gua aman. Ini dia.
Watch out!
Baju kuning dia Cak.
Watch out!
Nggak mati. Aduh, satu hit lagi loh. Satu hit lagi tuh.
Mana dia?
Ke rumah ini,
Watch
tengah,
out.
rumah tengah ya. Rumah lantai 1. Depan lu tuh. Timusnya lari, Cuk.
Di mana?
Di bawah lu. Nge-recall satunya, Cuk, kawannya. Gua aman, Cak. Pakai overboard, Cak. Sini, Cak. Toilet, Cak. Aman, sumpah.
Marked a
Nggak
location.
mati dong.
Gua aman banget gua. Anjir. Dia nggak tahu. Aduh, dibakar, Cuk. Ada healing nggak, Cak? Minta healing, Cak.
Nggak ada.
Anjir, kagak ada peluru gua, Cuk. Sabar, biji.
Help!
Ada lagi dua orang.
Biji biawak.
Pakai overboard. Anjing gua dia.
Biji biawak.
Aduh. Aduh. Lin,
Biji.
lu salah sebut lagi bersentai, bocor.
Di mana sih?
Untung gua kenceng suara gua. Ah. Halo Bang.
Apanya?
Yang datang
I made the top 3 just now.
Oh,
nanti biar kita seukuran.
I made the top 3 just now.
Ukuran
kayak
apa?
gitu.
Nanti biar papa
Nanti dipanggilnya
mama
Bu.
terus.
Ukuran apa, Kak? Apa, Kak?
Nanti biar papa nggak nganuin mama terus. Ye.
Nggak mau nih.
Kita turun mana nih?
Oh,
Ipan ya.
Terlalu
oh gitu
ganteng.
muterin cewek lain. Oke, fine.
Itu bukan cewek mah, itu lollipop.
Fine.
Ede.
Pain.
Fotonya bagus.
Pain.
Anjay, keren banget, Cok.
Ede. Nyonya. Lagi bobo.
Alhamdulillah.
Enggak, aku ya sayang.
Kemana nih, Mas?
Kayak nge-push rank ya? Biji,
Nanti mau mencolek.
terasa nge-push rank nggak sih, Biji?
Ikut mama. Terima.
Udah.
Loh, mama salah. Bentar, ya udah.
Kan bukannya ikut mama sih tadi.
Kita turun lantai 2 ya?
Oh, mama naik mobil ya, jadi. Apa ditinggal? Oh, bukan ini mama nih.
Maksudnya sambil event kecil sih, mendingan kita bawa.
Marked a
Mana?
location.
Ini apa lah, udahlah sini. Lantai 2 langsung lah, gas.
Agak-agak nggak
Buat diri.
kelihatan.
Anjir, jarang ada sejarah. Tai, nggak ada senjata di sini, Bang. Sumpah nggak ada senjata, Cok. Anjing.
Sini. Situ aja, situ. Ada senjata.
Help! Watch out!
Wih,
Sini.
Apa lagi diem
tembus
ah?
kan pelurunya?
Enggak.
Help!
Oh itu.
Kita turun yang di sini aja. Kita turun yang di sini aja.
Amunisi habis.
Tembus pelurunya tuh dari mana, Cok? Lu kena perasaan posisinya.
Gue juga bingung. Dari mana.
Bang, damai bang.
Help!
Yang damai bang.
Tuh, nggak berhasil anjir.
Ada orang di sini,
Watch
awas.
out!
Enggak mati cewek.
Oh iya kan?
Menghina sekali.
Ada gas itu. Sendiri deh.
Berdua.
Ya ampun kelewat.
Oh di bawah gua.
Mama
Gua
nggak
deh.
bilang.
Knock di bawah lo.
Apa tadi bilang cuma ngebantai doang sih.
Satu lagi di bawah lu ya.
Bambu.
Sabar. Gua reload lu.
Bawah satu lagi.
Ayo Allah ada mobil
Sampai
mati.
berapa deh? Sampai satu.
Bawah.
Di mana?
Bang. Apaan sih
Emang mau di mana?
bang? Tuh ada barrel. Ji.
Oh di event, mau ke event lagi. Oh iya tuh.
Marked a
Nomor
location.
3.
Di
Gak boleh sini bang. Keeper kita bang, yuk. Nomor 3. Bang Black.
TW sayang mau TW. Tadi ada yang kesitu sini udah.
Dicuekin lu.
Cuma satu doang.
Lu dicuekin biar.
Ah siapa?
Lu dicuekin Moy.
Ini mau ajak teman-teman nih ke sana nih.
Gak lah.
Moy.
Boleh. Ayo bang Cak. Aduh gak zona kan ini 2000 lagi tuh. Kita naik teleport aja kali ya.
Emang bisa.
Udah teleport kalau masalah gue.
Kita turun di depan kecil yang di sini ya, maksudnya ya.
Iya di sini dulu baru kita naik up.
Tuh, udah nyampe sayang. Udah pada nyampe. Mama nggak lihat TikTok dulu tuh tadi siang tuh. Ya ampun.
Tembakin aja robot yang kecil-kecil itu Cak.
Gemes deh.
Bagus tuh. Empor.
Pengen bawa makan.
Robot yang jalan-jalan ini. Satu lagi di mana nih?
Bang, kamu mainnya satu rumah ya, Bang?
Marked a location.
Oke, KTW.
Dicuekin kita. Moy.
Enggak lah.
Mama di mana?
Tuh.
Ada kan lagi ini.
Awas ya. Jangan mati, please.
Ih,
Jangan.
barrel.
Oh, kaget.
Nah itu tembakin. Akhirnya kita teleport. Aduh,
Hil dulu, hil. Bawa OTW ke atas. Ketawanya jangan kayak gitu sih, yang. Ketawanya tuh diimut-imutin.
Rindu
I got supplies.
pulang.
Dimut-dimutin enggak tuh?
Tolong ketawanya dikondisikan.
Siapa? Nomor 4.
Dia enggak ada suaranya nomor
Tuh.
4.
Mama sih.
Tapi ngomong-ngomong dari tadi siapa tuh? Nomor 4 kan?
Di event utama. Di apa sih?
Jadi nomor
Di
berapa yang
jantungnya
ngomong-ngomong
tuh.
tuh Cak? Yang
Apa sih namanya?
cewek
Nggak
itu?
pada.
Enggak tahu nih. Coba tanya lah.
Di
Oh nomor 4. Nomor 4 nggak ada suara.
nanti ada waktunya tuh. Ya waktunya mau habis, yang.
Dia ngomong berdua doang.
Oh dia ngomong 2 bang. Oke bocah.
Dia ngomong berdua doang.
Tahu sih.
Juga lah.
Mana ya? Mama nggak lihat ini sih,
Lu
nggak lihat
Lu di mute.
dulu.
Iya. Kita mute juga lah dia. Ngapain tuh, kagak guna tuh.
Nggak tahu sayang.
Ayo kan,
Ya udah,
pesta lu kan.
semangat sayang.
Ngakak gua cuk. Aduh.
Kenapa tuh?
Gua ngakak cuk, kata-katanya cuk.
Ya, cocok. Yang ngomong,
Apa
kagak ngomong lagi tuh. Kagak
Enggak.
ngomong lagi tuh.
pacarannya itu.
Masuk ke
udah
itu,
datang belum?
accept, Cak. Dipanggil
Nah,
dia.
itu tuh.
Dipanggil siapa itu?
Nah ya itu betul sayang.
Tuh.
Itu sayang, betul sayang.
Tidak.
Itu saya katanya itu.
Sayang.
Lu denger gak? Lu denger gak?
Cakwe. Cakwe. Dorang.
Watch out!
Ada musuh. Wah, ada
Gua
musuh.
ambil aja.
Romantis banget lu bang.
Musuh lagi.
Romantis banget lu bang.
Coba tuh.
Nah. Betul ya.
Romantis banget lu bang.
Kita panggil itu tuh, supply nih.
Ini ya sebelah ini ya.
Steve yang TikTok gitu ya.
Romantis dia.
This ends.
Yuhu.
Prime still breathes. How tedious.
Apa sayang?
Mana sayang? Oh itu datang sayang, lihat di atas.
Gak dengar
Lihat di
nih.
atas. Tuh,
Itu loh.
katanya di bawah sih.
Itu ngapain?
Adek. Iya. Iya sebentar ya, sayang ya, lagi main
Itu, sayang.
sebentar.
Ini di sini. Ini di papa loh. Lah, Allah subhanallah. Ngapain
Jadi,
kalian
mana,
ke sana
Cak?
coba?
Mana, Cak?
Ya
Crush
ampun.
them.
Di papa katanya.
Lagi.
Declare the honor of the Decepticons.
Di papa.
Ya. Duh.
Tuh, anaknya ini main, Cak.
Bukan papa sih.
Apa nih, Cak? Anaknya nih, Cak.
Tapi nggak bisa.
Nggak bisa.
Belum bisa digunakan saat ini tulisannya.
Gak bisa cuk, itu cuk.
Dulu ada itu,
Bisa,
dulu ada kayak dia kayak itu, Cak. Apa namanya, tembakan
Udah saatnya balas dendam yuk.
bulat.
Ya udah nih.
Bulat gitu, Cak, kayak meriam gitu. Lu cari aja tuh, kalau ada kita panggil aja robotnya.
Ayo masuk. Bisa enggak lagi?
Oh, anaknya,
Oh, bisa.
Cak. Dia main sama anaknya.
Enggak, sama istrinya.
Saatnya balas dendam.
Ngomongnya
Bisa nih, Mak.
mama papa katanya.
Iya.
Bisa sih.
Iya.
Ya mama manggilnya di sini.
Oh iya.
Kok aneh sih?
Wah,
Pasti
Jalannya.
dia kesel ngapain manggilnya di sini coba.
Speed is power, and power is
Berarti satu map tuh ada
mine.
2 ya Mas? Nggak boleh lebih.
anjir apa aja.
Decepticons for
Apa?
everything.
Nah ya Allah.
Kenapa? Oi.
Aduh, apaan sih cuy ini?
Iya ya, bucin. Papa di sini, mama di situ. Kakak gua. Kata-katanya.
Kalau ini lama, kalau Megatron lama.
Ini lama ya?
Iya.
Udah apa sih?
Udah cebok.
Cebok.
Oh, udah kan?
Udah cebok. Lama nih, lu aja lah yang pakai lah, mau nggak?
Watch out!
Speed is power, and power is mine.
Aduh, nabrak lagi nih. Itu Cak,
Watch out.
bumi itu di situ, Cak. Bumi. Biru-biru itu. Mau masuk loh.
Nah, ntar aja. Ini lambat banget ya, Wak.
Apaan sih lo, Biji?
Decepticons, fire everything!
Aduh, ini
Watch
kenapa
out.
sih? Ayo, kelamaan. Ayo, gas.
I am Megatron!
Ambil mobil
Marked
garasi
a
aja.
location.
Ada orang, cowok. Anjay. Cakwe.
Lu denger gak tadi?
Apa dia bilang? Mama papa kah? Kayaknya pengantin baru sih, Cak.
Pengantin baru ya?
Lu nggak jemput gua ke biji?
Gua nggak pakai ini. Gak enak. Pakai
Mobilnya?
Iya, pakai itu nggak enak, lambat. Ya. Udah nggak ngomong lagi dia.
Gua jaga kecepatan mah. Oh, di situ ada bagi tuh, anjir.
Mereka udah nggak ngomong lagi.
Ya, kan? Ada mobil nggak biji? Itu dong.
Gak ada. Oh, ini ada nih sini.
Udah.
Ini biji.
Coba hindari tapi hati tak letih. Cooldownnya lama lagi anjing. Jaga dulu dah. Oke gas biji. Gas. Kasih pamul. Halo Jena. Jena aja. Dia kayak kerja belum kerja ya masih cuti ya.
Yoi.
Saya coba imbangi tapi hati tak letih. Aduh. Udah biji.
Rame.
Gak bisa lihat atas atap ini maksudnya. Alah, jatuh ke bawah gua. Depan gua. Rumah orang kaya.
Mana gua depan?
Watch out.
Ya.
Kedua deh. Bisa. Bisa sih.
Help. Watch out.
Lantai dua.
Depan gua.
Di mana dia? Oh, di jendela.
Marked a location.
Anjir dibarengin cuy. Papa nggak dari recall kah papa?
Papa recall papa. Itu dong,
Mama recall. Oh mamanya bawa mobil recall. Kagak recall kah papa? Ini tuh.
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
Turca kali ya.
Udah, Cak. Dari mobil aja, Cak. Ini lama banget ya.
Jadilah.
Mobil. Aduh, kagak ada cocok. Udah bener di bawah mobil. Biar cepet jalan pakai apa sih?
Kan bisa di boost.
Kagak, habis tenaga nggak sih?
Ya, habis makanya.
Kiri kayaknya ada bagi sih kayaknya. Biasa. Anjay itu, kagak ada kendaraan kayak ini.
Andaikan
Papa, mama, sama papa, papa, mama, papa, mama, gaji, MK. Ini orang UMK gajinya hidup aja ya, Cak, ya? Itu namanya bersyukur ya nggak sih? Orang gaji UMK itu bisa hidup, masa kita nggak bisa hidup.
ya,
Oh, Cak,
Watch
nah,
out!
Cak tadi tuh. Aduh, mati. Rumah ini, rumah ini.
main kita yang tadi ya.
Ini depan
Watch
ini,
out!
di depan gua nih. Alamak, mati dah gua. Gokil lu ke neraka ya. Adakah biji?
Ya.
Udah bagi tuh sih. Mana kan?
Awesome.
Depan lu. No.
Mas.
Awesome.
Udah ringin. Anjay. Mana tuh?
Mana ya?
Aduh, Cak. Dari mana, Cak? Anjir, kena AWM gua biji. Aman gua. Itu, nice. Kirim deh.
Ada temannya.
Ada lagi datang. Wah. Biji gua di AWM, Cuk. Gimana nggak? AWM gua.
Power is mine!
Cuk.
Di atas ya.
I got supplies.
Dia pakai shotgun, Cuk. Oh, di belakang ada orang, Cak. Lihat. Orang ini. Ada, Cak. Satu kenok, Cak. Depan lu, depan. Rata ya?
Knock kayaknya.
Ini masih kayaknya di belakang kan. Ayo nih mobil aja kali. Ini dari step nih.
Ada mobil.
Ini Cok, mati kita.
Help! Watch out!
Ada. Ngelek aku nih Cok anjing. Ya Cok. Betul tidak? Boleh gue geser dulu ya. Tapi hati-hati ya, ini
Your
kalau nabrak
courage
damage ya.
ignites my spark.
Eh.
Your courage inspires us all.
Maksudnya kena tabrak kena damage.
Power and power is
Ya, damage-nya gede nih.
mine.
Ini. Tembak yuk.
Nah, gak bisa Cok. Mati dia.
Oh, oh iya ya. Masuk kenok ya?
Gede kan damage-nya?
Kenok ya?
Hampir kenok kan lu. Jangan nabrak Cak lu bawa itu.
Maksudnya jangan nabrak gimana?
Lah, lu jangan sampai nabrak tembok, nabrak apa? Damage-nya gede banget Cok anjing.
Maximum overdrive.
Ini kayaknya nih. Ya,
Watch out!
ada kuda ya, ada orang tuh kayaknya. Mana? Oh, apa itu?
Enggak itu. Pasutri itu.
Oh, nggak bisa. Nggak bisa.
Jadi robot gimana? Jadi robot?
Nggak bisa, udah
Roll
tutup
for
ya.
freedom.
Hah?
Tuh, udah tutup. Dia tulisannya di biru-biru itu di
Marked a
daerahnya,
location.
di daerah Optimus itu nanti ada tulisan comfort. Jadi
Marked a location.
mana ya musuhnya? Lihat orang itu.
Maximum overdrive.
Oh, mereka takut ya. Ada orang nih Cak. Ada orang nih kayaknya nih. Nggak perlu turun deh, nggak perlu keluar. Tapi nggak bisa mukul dalam rumah Cok. Lebih sakit kena damage bro.
Enggak kena gua.
Belum.
Mana katanya ada DPF-nya.
Gede banget, anjing.
Nih, coba ya.
Iya coba. Bang. Tuh.
Oh, iya.
Roll for
Kurang kan
freedom.
nyawa lu kan? Ya kan?
Kita buka gede sih.
Itu kanan.
Watch out!
Apa?
Gimana lu? Darah lu kurang kan?
Enggak. Kurangnya enggak gede.
Watch out!
Betul, lu lihat tuh. Oh, itu
Watch out.
Salca. Ini ada mobil ya. Oh itu tuh di rumah hijau itu ya, di rumah hijau tuh Kak, di rumah hijau deh, di rumah hijau atas.
Maximum
Watch out.
overdrive.
Itu tanda gua tuh. Tabrak aja lah anjay bro.
Watch out!
Jangan loncat langsung, lu kenok ntar. Sumpah. Anjir, ASM abakan tuh. Anjay. Gas aja lah. Udin. Aduh, cuma dapat 2 gua. Ah. Bayar bagi aja lah. Udah nggak enak, nah itu nggak bisa nembak. Kita coba imbak. Ada orang nggak ini?
Ada tuh Pasutri. Nah, tuh si
Itu
Pasutri.
ada orang.
Tembak-tembakan tuh Pasutri. Mama, papa.
Mana itu kayaknya, Cak? Oh, mobil Mirado itu kayaknya, Cak. Tuh baring-baring tuh dekat jerami tuh, tuh.
Marked a location.
Tuh jerami tanda gua. Itu tuh baring-baring tuh. Anjay. Lagi tuh.
Help!
Aduh. Angkat dong.
Widih, diangkat sama cakwe lu. Cakwe. Bilang dong terima kasih mama gitu.
Makasih cakwe.
Mama.
Mama.
Weh, Roni. Waduh, Roni tuh.
We're the best.
Aduh.
Kok musiknya kagak enak? Musik
Gue sambil ambil main dulu ntar ya. Yakin bener itu? Apa ini, cu?
main sampai kapan? Nggak tahu nih, Rod. Kapan, Rod?
Gue sampai sampai maghrib lah, sampai azan.
Mama papa tadi gak
Mana
diem
nih?
kah? Mama papa tadi kah? Wih, kapelan lu dia, Bu. Lu lihat tuh kapelan, cu. Foto profilnya lu lihat tuh.
Anjir, kapelan.
Foto profilnya aja.
Bisa. Isu. Ini kali ya, apa sih namanya? Itu, Cak, apa sih namanya? Wibu banget ya. Jai.
Kakak gua. Enggak, Ron. Bentar doang gua, Ron.
Ya.
Maghriban lah.
Let's fight together.
Wah, keren, Bro.
Anjir, wortel coy.
Lemong.
Tapi itu nomor 2 cok. Orkai anjir. Woi, transfer dulu. Transfer. Oke.
Oke, lemong.
Tanda lu di luar sih itu. Oh.
Kenapa tuh, Ron? Siapa Ron itu, Ron? Lu ada masalah kali, Ron. Lu nggak boleh gitu lu, Ron.
Let's go.
Turun di event yang mana bang ya? Kecil-kecil dulu aja ya, jangan di dalam ya.
Oke bang, siap.
Bro, beli makan bro. Iya bro, pastikan gue bro. Sambil makan lagi. Aduh, kagak ada bunuh gua kan nih? Bunuh gua. Lu udah makan tak? Ah, ini gimana tuh nih?
Help. Help.
Mama.
Mama.
Udah tanggung bro. Gua jaga recall aja tak.
Lu kenapa emang Ron? Kok bisa di-kick lu sama si Seke? Parah.
Apaan?
Si Rodi di-kick lu. Mau main kan?
Iya ya.
Sama Roni.
Kenapa dicek ya?
Apa kagak bilang,
Nggak ada
kagak apa kalau bilang penuh ya harusnya ya Ron ya. Main gitu aja.
Kamu kan sih kalau gua. Kalau gua langsung ngantai. Udah main sama kita aja bang. Ini ada slot nih, main nggak Ron? Lu udah makan belum bro? Bermakan ya guys. Ya ada orang tuh.
Help.
Aduh. Bangke nih orangnya, gua lagi makan ditabrak. Hidup nggak apa-apa. Jangan lupa recall pokoknya. Mencas bro.
Mulutnya malah diomongin. Tapi ya kalau kagak mau main sih Ron sih parah sih, bener sih. Apa saya sih di friend sih. Mereka udah di-invite. Kalau emang penuh tinggal bilang penuh. Salah invite tinggal bilang gitu harus. Gak jelas cuy. Bocil satu itu emang gak jelas cuy, ngambek sama kayak bosnya. Dalam bang.
Okay.
Kaget gua anjir. Itu di mana sih? Yes.
Papa kok GG sih papa? Anjir GG Papa Lemong. Anjir GG Lemong. Alhamdulillah. Kenapa Cak si Ceknya Cak? Di kick kah si Roni?
Awesome.
Dia gitu.
Alah kon.
Waduh.
Biji.
Tes 90 sih itu.
Cak main. Dan lihat dia. Seke. Kalau emang penuh tinggal bilang penuh Ron, bener nggak? Lu ngimpit tapi lu ngekick. Tinggal bilang aja sih kalau emang.
Tadi.
Iya, tinggal bilang dong salah input, bener nggak?
Iya sih.
Ayo, apa gunanya kayak gitu? Bilang salah input, tapi dia kagak bilang salah input, tapi dia diam aja. Dia nggak mau ngekick, nggak mau apa, diem terus diam kayak bisu gitu tau kan?
Isinya siapa aja? Isinya siapa aja? Gue tahu tuh kalau isinya siapa aja.
Kalau emang orang juga kalau misalkan ya bilang penuh, ya gak ini juga nggak sih? Maksudnya ngerti juga nggak sih? Oke ya nggak, benar nggak? Gue juga kalau dibilangin bang penuh bang, udah ada teman, ya udah gitu, bener nggak?
Awesome.
Kalau digituin sama lu ngambek, bener nggak kemarin?
Kalau gue ngambek lah, anjir gue apik lah. Papa Turca nggak usah recall, biar aja lu.
Nembak apa cu?
Alhamdulillah. Kenapa Ron? Ajak Bewan lah Ron, langsung gas.
Bewan kan?
Bewan lah. Dia udah alter ego tuh soalnya.
Orang cupu main. Nah, Bewan cu, mainnya aja tuh TDM aja cupu. Saya kira mainnya cupu, di TDM aja gua bantai-bantai. Lu berempat, gua berdua juga menang. Apalagi Bewan. Mau recall kah? Oh iya recall, gue kira.
Dimakan bro. Recall aja bro. Anggi. Kampir.
I'm recalling a teammate.
Jago Lemong.
Thanks. Awesome.
Makasih papa.
Ini Cosmic Overboard ini dia ada 2 item ya yang bisa dipakai.
Ya, satu untuk gaya. Udah pedes banget biji.
Lain begitu ceritanya, cuma Maksudnya kalau emang masih mau main, ada teman mereka mau ikut tinggal ngomong aja, jangan pakai tip DC terus mode steal baru timbul lagi main. Emang kayak
Aduh.
gitu. Kan circle-nya biawak,
Dah.
circle-nya di Batam kan rata-rata begitu, Cuk.
Ada.
Maklumin aja, Roni, circle ya Batam tuh rata-rata begitu semua. Benar kan? Beres.
Gua mau makan gulai dulu. Ambil lagi. Sabar. Enak, Cok.
Itu ya kakak ya.
Saya coba imbangi hati tak letih.
Anjir, anak gua kentut pas lagi live lagi.
Adek.
Lu nggak denger kan suara spirit, Ron? Red, lu denger gak, Ron? Jelas dia Roni. AE cek AE. Iya, maksudnya mau nggak main lagi atau apa tinggal ngomong sih, apa sih gunanya ngomong? Ya gua sih gua udahan ya, gua mau ada ini gitu, jangan ngomong gitu lah. Jam 9 main. Boleh nanti ya, gue lihat nanti, Ron. Kalian ngejar jam gue ya. Ntar lah lihat nanti. Kalau kemarin gue main sama Budi. Ron. Kemarin banget. Malam main sama Budi gue berdua. Jelas tuh. Sebelum ini. Astaga, gue nembak apa tuh? Iya, lagi masa
Don't
aku
give up.
ada.
Your teammates can still recall you.
Iya kan? Iya, gue lagi main sama Budi gitu kemarin. Moy, mana lu Moy? Tuh si Moy ngendok yuk. Bertelur Moy. Iya, gue semalam main. Cuma pas sebelum ada event mainnya nggak lama gue langsung off. Paling gue nanti kalau main tunggu gue udah kelar lain-lain dulu. Mau pergi mau makan dulu tuh.
Recall bang.
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
Mantap bang.
Okay.
Si Moy kemana ini? Ada orang bang, sini bang baru
Marked a
turun.
location.
Oh iya iya.
Marked a
Ada.
location.
Bang.
Oh dari itu dia.
Dari mana?
Dari
Atas
rumah
ya?
biru. Dari sini.
Watch out.
Kaya ya dia.
Kaya dia.
Ini reset sistem kapan sih bang? Lama ya?
Minggu depan, hari Minggu atau hari Senin.
ASM abakan ini peluru hijau ya?
Iya, senjata baru itu.
Nyangka bro,
Mana bro?
buset maaf.
Masih itu kali bro. Kekenyangan gua bro. Siapa?
Bumi tidak semua yang diomongin baik-baik tidak jadi prasangka yang enggak.
Apa sih cok? Udah bewan aja, Joy.
Bewan aja katanya. Pinggiran gua megang Roni sih. Mau kah lu
Iya
seke
lah,
kah?
gua juga megang Roni lanjut.
Lu seke lah.
Enggak lah. Apa sih lu?
Kan adek lu.
Eh,
Gua megang Roni sih,
kenyang
berani
banget
gua.
lu, kenyang.
Nampung
Betul
kak.
dong.
Nampung enggak lu?
Alah, gua mah nggak mau berjudi.
Wah, ya. Lu jangan ngomong gitu.
Gua kan mau jadi ustad
Nah,
nih.
Ben lu.
Mau.
Jangan ngomong jodai-jodai lu. Nah, Ben lu. Lab kan?
Ya kan?
Iyalah. Lihat aja. Boleh
Aman.
kalau di TT.
Abang Lemong nih jago loh, Bang Lemong. Andi
Wah.
Lemong, tahu Andi Lemong. Ayo Bang Lemong. Nah, itu kita bang, jatuh mobil itu.
Watch out! Okay.
Jatuh. Sakit nggak sih ini? Jatuh.
Ya. Woi,
Woi.
Putin ki bang.
Oke bang.
Ratakan Putin ki lu. Ih, pas banget cuy, abis ini 1 jam lagi. Selesai ya. Chicken lagi sekali lagi udah pas. Banyak kontak.
Aduh.
Woi, wah begal. Waduh kena begal. Anjay, kena begal dah.
Banyak hancur. Beli ban dulu.
Anjir lo.
Beli ban dulu dong.
Beli ban. Oh, gua banyak poinnya 36 anjir. Itu nomor 4 kenapa sih?
Oh, agak.
Ngelut ya.
Ini ngapain? Kocak. Alhamdulillah, ya Allah.
Enak banget lu makan gulai lu. Gua jadi pengen.
Gulai kambing, Cuk. Sama sate kambing, anjay, bro. Keren banget, bro.
Kambing.
Hah?
Gak doyan gua.
Lu nggak suka sate kambing? Lah itu yang kita makan itu.
Apa?
Gultik itu yang kita makan itu kan kambing, anjir. Iya, Bang. Makasih, Bang.
Kata siapa?
Oke.
Sapi bisi.
Oh, sapi ada ya?
Iyalah, mana ada gultik kambing. Biji lo.
Bukannya kambing ya?
Bukan lah. Lebih mahal dong kalau kambing mah. Tapi kalau sapi kan udah banyak yang
Murah. Kalau kambing murah ya.
Kambing mahal malahan. Jarang orang juga yang mau.
Keren, Cak. Apa bannya, Cak? Di ban ya? Oh, bannya pecah semua, Cak. Gimana dong?
Form up on me. I got supplies.
Tapi woi,
Ayo, Bang Lemong.
Itu 4 koin nih.
Watch out!
Bang Lemong. Duh, banyak pecah lagi. Ada overboard nih. Gas Bang Lemong. Chicken nih.
Gua udah beli 4 tuh. 4 ban.
Nomor 4 AFK ya?
Ngepron dia tuh.
Aduh, chicken kayak ini. Optimusnya nggak ada yang ngambil ya.
Ngepron dia. Dari gerak-geriknya ngepron.
Kali lari-lari kan. Orang.
Watch out!
Anjir, cukup bagus enak. Bang Lemong.
Gua pasang ban dulu, Bang.
Nah, bisa. Arahnya gitu.
Nanti dipakai nomor 1 dah itu.
Ntar gua jemput sih itu. Oh, dia anaknya nangis. Ayo bang.
Let's go. Waduh.
Help!
Waduh.
Anjir, ada orang tuh dua. Aduh, nggak kena lagi. Aduh, parah sekali deh. Baju merah deh, baju merah.
Mau tabrak nggak, Bang?
Boleh lagi kayak gini sih.
Ya.
Watch out!
Udah. Oh, lari deh ke kanan deh.
Lari dia. Terjauh.
Help!
Aduh,
Di sini dia.
ayo bang, naik bang. Ini parah kah? Gua gas nih.
Iya, itu.
Lanjut deh. Mau kemana lo bro? Anda sudah dikunci. Parah. Ayo bang, gas bang.
Let's go.
Iya, gitu saja. Aku takkan pernah berhenti. Oh, itu depan luar gua.
Watch out!
Gimana cuy? Haruslah kita di bukit ini. Oh, di belakang ada mobil ini.
Ada di belakang.
Depannya.
Iya.
Gua ada mobil. Oh iya nih.
Baru mati dia.
Tembakin dan
Marked a location.
fix kita aman, kita tabrak.
Ya Allah. Dia dari rumah dia.
Tengok. Ya. Moi. Bantulah Moi.
Lu apa ya?
Moi.
Lu udah ya?
Iya, nanti malam gue lanjut Moi.
Anjir.
Oh, dari belakang juga ada.
Covered off the hill that they were challenging on is a major threat to them.
The fact that they've had that encounter over the last, let's say, half a day, right? And we still don't. You still don't know what's going to happen over the rest of the day. We've only seen 2 matches.
It's true.
Yeah,
That is true.
Again, I think it is hard to make those statements, in my opinion.
Yeah, look, I'm at least disappointed in S2G's performance. I'll put it that way. Maybe I will accept that you could make a solid case for them being incredibly consistent still. Obviously, they've got a lot of fan support here as well. They've got some level heads on their shoulders as well. They've been at that international level for a while now. They know what it's like. They can weather that storm. Our next match, looking like it's just around the corner. I think all our teams are looking to be locked in now, aiming for that trophy in the middle with the starburst lights surrounding it.
Mm-hmm. I do think that there's a case where I'll agree with you the fact that these past games for S2G have been pretty horrible. They really have been. 16th place, 15th places going out then is really not good. And I can't tell if it's circle based or not with how this has been going. A lot of teams are putting a lot more stock over towards that center, and the circle's definitely throwing some curveballs in there for our teams. Now, how they're going to play this going forward is really where it all comes to bear. And I think that if we get to the end of the day, and S2G's got more 16 places, then and there I will probably say that that this finals just hasn't been great for S2G. They started out strong, and that'll have clouded my judgment a little bit, but we'll wait and see. Right now, we are getting over towards our third match of the day. Plenty of teams looking to cross that boundary to head over towards the Smash ruling and then potentially pick it up over on game 4, 5, and 6. There's potential no one gets over it, but it's 3 points for Falcons, 2 points for Regnum Kaya. I find it very hard to believe they won't reach those heights.
Yeah, it does feel sort of nigh on inevitable now, with 2 points needed for Regnum Kaya, with 3 points needed for Falcons, that they won't be able to get up there in this single match. You think that they will be doing everything that they can to just get those very minimal point scores. It'll be interesting to see how they can do it, how they can get on with it. Looks like our stage is just about being set up now. Is everybody locked into the lobby? I'm expecting to see that plane path fairly soon, Blank. I think that we have got our players in as the referees just consulting, making sure everything is nice and locked in, nice and fair for everyone.
So what I'm looking for here really is some more strong performances from what we've seen before. I think Boars is in a bit of a spiral at the moment because their play style is no longer working as well as they did before, and I think that's due to some of our circles being a little bit more complicated to play. I'm hoping to see S2G pick it up. I'm hoping to see Kara get back into the swing of things because they have had great positions in the circle, just not been able to capitalize on them though.
Yeah, it has been pretty difficult for our teams that are being given these opportunities. I think that it is always pretty onerous to have a circle center up right on top of you, right? As much as you might be pretty happy about it, it then becomes your responsibility to make the most of it, right? Because that's like your big opportunity, your big chance to put up a 15 elim chicken dinner, get 25 points on a match, and just win the entire thing outright. But it is a lot harder than that. I think there's a lot that goes into it. And it's also very contingent on the surrounding terrain and the surrounding teams and how they hold. it is it is always tricky to sort of read that, to read into how the dynamics will shift based on who's playing around what area, based on which teams are playing around one another as well. It is very, very difficult to make that consistently correct. Taking a look at the stage, it looks like we're still getting a little bit of something for Fenerbahce. I think that was Tyler from Fenerbahce going to jump up the stairs. Maybe one of his teams needs a bottle of water. We'll see if they're able to stay hydrated.
Yeah, keep them good to go. He's heading back into the lights behind the stage, which is looking fantastic. I'm getting hypnotized by these lights.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Occasionally when someone walks past it as well, and it just sort of like slightly shakes, man, that's the real one. It's actually not a light, it's actually the trophy itself that's doing this light. 100%.
That's correct. I think we should be getting into game fairly shortly, though.
One would hope.
I feel like it should be coming, like right about now. Yeah. 10 seconds.
I bet it's going to be like 6 seconds.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Ruin the illusion. Fine. As we are going to head into Erenkel for our third map of the day. We are into match number, I think this is match number 15 of the final set. We are going to be taking a look to see who can pass that smash point boundary. We said before it could be up to 4 teams in this match reasonably, with 2 teams very, very close with Regnum Kaya and Falcons, 2 and 3 points away respectively. And then you've got teams up towards that 100-point mark that could also reasonably jump on through, and others on the outside chance with a chicken dinner could also do it. We'll have to wait and see as the plane path hits the west side.
S2G out nice and early over towards Primorsk as we head up and over the top. Rozok in clear sight and view of the boys over on Regnum Kaya, and it will be Falcons jumping out here midway through the plane path to Pachinki. Nice and easy for them. Fenerbahce, on the other hand, heading over towards the western side of the map alongside with Papra Supermassive. But fairly reasonable. I think most teams drop around this area anywho. So it's not going to be too drastic. I think for Black Esports and Bra, it does cause some problems for them. Bra does need to now contest with Papra Supermassive for South George. I think they've really got a choice. They can't head down towards Milta Power.
Yeah, they will just have to contest in that area, unfortunately. But you imagine that they're going to be a little bit more prepared for it, right? The first time it happened, you can kind of understand. Hang on a minute. It's a military circle. That is all the way down on the south side. What a way to challenge these teams, to find their way past that smash boundary, right? To see themselves safe and with a chance to win it all in a single match. We are going to have to go over the bridge, and we're going to have to go fast.
Absolutely. B2B Interactive will be getting over there very, very quickly straight away, starting in Ferry Pier. Ida as well towards Gaka. They're going to make a run for it too, but B2B Interactive will be over much, much faster than them. Likely a fight will break out between the both of them unless one sends left and the other goes right. But for S2G, how do they want to play this one out? Do they want to send over towards the eastern side or not?
That's the question. I mean, normally when we see them play from this position towards Military Island, they grab a hovercraft, they grab a boat, they get across, right? Either they're going to be able to start to get across the bridge. The question I have is, what weaponry does BWNRX pick up before they just go for those vehicles and get across? I don't think it's enough to convincingly go for a bridge hold, and I think they're just going to fade away, go for a little bit of loot, because you lose a lot of time in a fight that you don't necessarily feel like you can win convincingly.
No, absolutely not. It's one of those things where you come into close contact. And I mean, teams will have picked up maybe like Mini 14s. It's the iron sights on it. You take some pot shots at one on another. But you do want to break wide in that situation. For a lot of other teams, they're going to be down towards the southwest side. Wanting to make their way across, like you say. Making sure to get those vehicles on board, those boats on board to make this work.
Everybody moving fast here, Blank, trying to get across early. Fireflux, though, seemingly less concerned. They want to play this one late. Obviously, that is kind of the other option, right? You you just take a lot of time and go through this circle late to try and find your way through on the blue zone, on a bridge fight, maybe pick up some points here and there. Taking a look at the standings, of course, just to remind everyone, if you get 113 points, meaning Regnum Kaya would need 2, Falcons would need 3, Ida would need 13, that will put you in the smash point zone, which means that if you get a chicken dinner on any match after you break past that barrier or land on top of it, you will win the entire tournament. No matter what the point standings say, if you win a chicken dinner and are past that smash point barrier, you win with first place, a qualification spot to PMWC, as well as 35 grand for just that chicken dinner.
It's a lot. It's a lot to get. Regnum Kaya on the move out. Again, a team needs to move. They're heading over towards docks.
Kara going to be leaving from around that farm area, getting across on the hovercraft. The hovercraft really has changed up how Military Island rotates go, and you can see S2G going to be employing one as well. Before, it was always a case of, oh, let's get in a boat, we're going to have to try and get across and then find some vehicles afterwards. With the hovercraft being able to play on both land and water, you of course can get across. You can make some road inland as well, not being on foot. Get to those vehicle spawns, get to those buildings and compounds as well. Falcons on a bridge camp. They only need 3 points here, Blank. Fenerbahce may be delivering it straight to them. Savian will go in. Solke's the first to get knocked. Out on the bridge, Ralph looking to try and hold this. Just about sidesteps another vehicle, but they only get the 1 point here. It looks like the rest of them have made it away. Savian falling. Okay, so 2 points found for the Falcons. They are now 1 point shy of that smash boundary. They're on the hunt. They want it. Desperately, Redox trying to challenge it out, but can't quite find the shutdown. Not just yet. 112 now. The Falcons take first place, but they're 1 point shy of the boundary.
Again, still, you want to push that a little bit further, though. And chasing for these points, the risk of your own lives could be the part of your tournament end where there are so many teams chasing. You really aren't that far behind, all the way down towards 6th place with Balls on 93 points, tied up with S2G. So yeah, a serious potential here for them. The Falcons getting 2 there, 112. I think that they're much more comfortable now. Just the 1 elim, that's a very doable task.
Or a placement point.
Or a placement point. You are right, John.
Shots. It's S2G. Can they find the match they've been looking for against BWNRX? You don't imagine it's going to be too tall of an order if their track record today is going to be anything to go by. When he hops into the buggy, they're going to give up the ghost on their forward position. High ground, completely claimed by S2G, and actually minimises the points that have been earned by them. As he hops in the vehicle, allows Icy to clean up Kakali.
Another bad start there for BWNRX. It's not looking likely for them going forward. Capri's taking shots over to a bar site. Nobody will drop down. I think he just ticked over from drown damage on top of the bullets been sent through from Capri's. We'll clarify there for you, John, before you tell me off. Slonic, the distance, will finish off nobody.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up these points, it looks like. I don't feel like they're going to be able to get away as soon as that boat goes up in flames as well. They're trying to swim out of range, but yeah, it's just going to be open season. We've talked a lot about this top side, but we haven't talked about the teams that could potentially have a big game and jump up to be in that field as well. That does include K1. I'm looking at BWNRX, I'm looking at Fenerbahce, I'm looking at K1. All of those three have the chance to, with a big game, put themselves back in that conversation. So still down to 11th place, could make it up to 4th.
It's crazy. It is crazy. There's a lot of potential for so many of our squads here. Para losing 1. Too fun. Borslow opening up over towards Fireflux. I think at this rate, we'll have to leave Solos behind. I think it will be very, very difficult to pick them back up, and Critical will find that point. Because in 94, so not allowing S2G to get too far ahead here.
Interesting from the Boars. They were holding around the mouth of the bridge, right? They spot Fireflux. They actually run that down. They were holding there for quite a while, so it's not like they've just arrived at this location. And that will be just them displaying what they like to do, right? They spot something and they just go. They just have that signal. They send on in Falcons. Oh, potentially losing a player as the circle shifts out to the east side of the island. I don't think you can get Redox back up here. And this is, again, Redox going down first for the Falcons. Ralph may be looking to suppress, but S2G may look to chase this one down. Remember, they only need 1 point on this game to be in that smash point zone.
Not long distance there, though. Really, really quite a short sprint for them. 1 elim would be the nicest way to do it. I think getting over towards top 8, not always ideal, but certainly possible. Especially down here on Osnovka as well, where we do sit ourselves over towards that eastern side. It's a bit of an awkward shift where most teams did push in on the west, and then we moved so far over towards the east, benefiting over towards K1 and Bra as well, I suppose.
Ida made their way across as well. Kara is sitting pretty central here. Decent position. Feels like they do know how to get through these situations. Falcons taking shots from Regnum Kaya. That would be quite a turn up, wouldn't it? If, well, in an engagement between Falcons and Regnum Kaya, both of them could, in theory, surpass that smash point boundary, even if they both go down in that fight. Regnum Kaya would need 2 elims, Falcons would need just the 1 against Regnum Kaya, and they could potentially get each other over that crossing line to the smash point boundary.
Regnum Kaya is a really good space on the map as well to play in. Over on that north side near the beachhead, it's a perfect position to get started on your games here. TTQ is coming across from the water, starting from Sharkfin, heading downwards. So they do have Silas currently trolling the beachhead for that eventuality. Ida's getting a little bit too close for comfort, though. They do get shot off from that angle.
It's all coming down to single points here towards the top, Blank. And you've got to remember as well, in that last game, a couple of elims got snatched away from the Falcons. There were some blue zones shenanigans as well. If they'd have been able to pick up another player from Fenerbahce, if those sprays had been slightly more on target on that bridge crossing, it all could be so different. Anything would have given Falcons the edge here. Or for that matter, Regnum Kaya, if they'd have gone for that crossing over the river. But what's done is done, and they need to focus on this game. They need to keep their heads in the game as well. You can't let it override your nervous system. You need to keep cool, keep calm, collected. K1 have more of a fight to be getting on with as well, but it looks like they're going to lose a second player there. At a pretty crucial position as well. They do have the top of the mountain, though, on the east side of the military island.
BWNRX. Now, down to just 3. It's been a tough break for them. They've been looking to try and get up towards that top side. It's just not happening. Fireflux getting picked apart by the Boars, who've been chasing them down for quite some time here. This is over towards that western side as Fireflux attempted to make their way across. It didn't pan out for them. Was getting gate kept earlier, and now being the gatekeepers. This is so close to one of those Regnum Kaya and Falcons. It's quite amusing.
I wonder if they know. I wonder if they know who it is. What could be? Regnum Kaya should know that the Falcons were playing sort of around this location. They should have seen that elimination feed. They might be mildly aware that it could be the Falcons. I think the Falcons are less likely to know that this is Regnum Kaya. They haven't been involved in any fighting just yet. They do have that outpost off to the northwest side as well. Loxy just keeping sightlines out towards the northern shore. Boars moving up. Tulika scouting out towards the outpost for S2G. S2G right now are in 4th place. They have managed to win on that tiebreaker. Over on 4th place with Kara and with Boars, all on 95 points.
Just leapfrogging over another time and time again. More points go through. Again, that 4th place slot just interchangeable all the time. Bra goes up against Foots, and the fight does conclude. Foot will go down, and Bra picks up a couple of points here, trying to drag themselves out from 16th. Sorry, will be a tough task. Let's see if they can make it work. But Kara is benefiting off the back of this one for along the way.
Regnum Kaya and Falcons, but all chiming in towards Boars. They're picking up points here potentially. Novalo with more as well. They're looking for even more, and there they go. Falcons, they found that point. They're over the boundary. They get one more to boot. They've done what they needed to do this match. The question is, how far of a gap can they put between them and everyone else? And will they try and deny other teams the opportunity to do just what they've done?
It's hard now. It's hard to figure out where teams are playing, though. That's the only thing. Falcons won't know exactly where Regnum Kari is. It's not often you totally understand how a Sosnovka finish is going to play out. No one really has set positions. It's all dependent on timings. So denying teams is hard. Falcons would be... they'd be basically striking out in the dark, really.
They wouldn't have too much information. This circle's kind of nasty. It helps Kara pretty immensely there, as well as the positions towards the south side for BWNRX, which I think... Do they have reduced players? I think they might have lost 1 or 2 potentially earlier on. Have to wait and see. They did lose one, didn't they? In an earlier situation, I think against S2G. So they could potentially be a little bit more easily run down. But Kara are earning points pretty consistently here as well, in the same sort of area that Regnum Kaya might be looking to pick them up.
And Kaya finding Falcons. Ooh. One shot over towards them. 112. Got Ralph as well as Koa down the hill. They know they're so close. They can taste it here. Still playing it fairly safe, which I respect. Being very cautious going forwards.
We've had our first team over the boundary. Regnum Kayo now 1 point away from doing the same. With Kara and S2G looking to try and jump up with a big game here as well. They don't have too far to go. Papa Supermassive on a bit of a mad dash on in. They could potentially, with a big game, jump up, but not right now. They are getting cut across pretty awfully. Thunder Talk as well, chiming in on this northwestern side to take the fight to Black Esports. Neither team really with a massive hope of getting too far, but there you go indeed. Regnum Kaya have found that point that they were looking for. Now they're on the hunt for S2G.
Taking plenty of shots out to many teams. S2G, IC will run down Wild, leaving them in a little bit more of a difficult spot. Plenty of rundowns coming through. Rita, in fact, finding Madcap off the bonnet.
I see.
Towards Loxy. It's an easy pickup there over towards Loxy himself, just dancing around the hovercraft.
The Falcons losing Koa on the drive-by as well. Regnum Kaya starting to get chipped away. S2G all too happy to pick up these points if they can, but it looks like they might try and get further into the circle. Is this Ida? I think from the south side chiming in as well. They're putting in pressure from this south edge, and S2G do need to be worried. That ridgeline is pretty good on the sight lines down towards this fight, but Ida turning around now, taking a little bit of distance, a little bit of time.
Wow.
There's another nade over towards Wild.
Over towards Silas, in fact. Really well played. And that does clean out Regnum Kaya. But they just about make it. They get 2 points. I said it wasn't too insurmountable, but felt like it kind of was there. But they have made the smash zone. That's all that really matters now for Regnum Kaya. They're over the line. For S2G, great result. Up towards 4th place once again now with 99 points total, 6 elims on the match, looking to take this a little bit further. They will have to hold out Ida, who currently in 3rd place, which allows them to jump up a little bit further on the leaderboard too, which would be very beneficial for S2G. Not quite over the 100-point mark, just 1 point shy.
Sarah on a mad dash with the blue zone at his back. He's really isolated here. Does manage to dip behind cover, and Ida are going to have to move off this off angle. Can heal out in the blue zone still. It is stage 4. The next zone just about to pop, but this west side is deciding so much of these tables, Blank. Every team, it seems, towards the top side of the tables has a foot in this fight. The Falcons diminished now down to 1, but of course they've done the work that they needed to do. You can see Ralph now just ahead. I'm really interested in what Carrot are going to be able to extract from this game. Look at the circle. It's pushing so hard over to this east side.
It's not a fun circle either, where it like kind of dips down towards the beach side. So it's a bit of a terrain to play around. For S2G, their biggest opponents right now is Ida. The fact that Sarah is able to get out, finds a vehicle and swings out off towards the side. Can't tell how healthy that vehicle was though, but he makes it out. That's all that matters. K1 goes down in the process, leaving a lot of important teams in our final end game. After Supermassive, BW, NRX, Boars, Kara, S2G, Ida, and the final player from Falcons, just hanging on as long as possible.
Although they will have done enough so far to get over that smash point boundary with the potential of an instant win going into match number 3. It's a spray down for S2G. Challenge, not good. Icy falls and gets flushed, so they're down to 3 players now. Severely diminishing their potential here in this match. They are sequestered out to the west side and do need to fight through this one. They need to stay strong. Ida, it's the same story, but they're crashing into Kara. A challenge for these top spots, for these 4 qualification areas, and Kara winning this one out handily so far. Darkin with a nade in hand, doesn't get tagged by the first, but the nade goes off, and it will take him down in the meantime. I think that will take down CEO later with the nade, but they're more than happy to find that one sent in. Papra Supermassive just across the way, though, tearing through Kara in the meantime, and now it's just Lewis.
Yeah, Bra actually chimed in towards that one, taking some shots towards them. Ida, upstairs, looking to hold on. I think there was a res that came through. I read that. Oh my days, Lewis!
Through the smoke, can't thread the needle, does get another knock, and actually does manage to take the 2 players downstairs out. Another nade sent on in, but that doesn't tag on. S2G are just across the road from this now, Blank. They have sent in towards the middle. How many players have they got left? They're still on 3. I don't know if all 3 of them are in there, but we'll have to wait and see. It's still just mad reses coming on through for Kara. The challenges around this 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th place spots are crazy. They're getting hot, and Rita wants to keep things boiling, but he will go down as Lewis is on the swivel. Aaron with a nade could change things up. He just needs to find it through the door frame. Lewis trying to evade, but will not be there in time. Ida eliminating their competition.
Nice one for Ida. They really wanted to keep Kara down there, but S2G continue to climb. 7 elims on the game, looking for some more. 3 players alive. The only other 2 teams with 4 are Bra as well as Black Esports. 2 teams that I think a lot of squads aren't very afraid of here, but in this circle they could have some big impact going forward. Looking at the way this one's lining up, this is the position on the map that most teams would like to play around. Has the compound still in play, but we're about to shift here over towards a new spot in the circle as we head through to stage 6. And a lot of teams praying, hoping that it keeps these compounds in.
I'm interested about these hills to the north side of these compounds, Blank. I feel like they could be pretty impactful. BWNRX, I feel like this may be terminal for them. The nade overhead from Ezel looks for more as well. I just don't think you've got the cover to be making that one work. Frozen going down very, very low. Tags sent back his way. I think that's actually from S2G. Maybe even Ida from across the road. But a roadblock for BWNRX, who again, falling short of the mark. The next circle, further up to the north.
Cuts S2G in though. A little slice of the pie is important here for them. Staying in those buildings gives you so much control, so much advantage inside of this circle. It's nice. It's very, very nice. A lot of teams centered around here. The importance of those buildings. Zell in a tight spot now. Will be a little bit of blue, but not long before Aaron picks that one up at distance. Aaron and Darkin still in this game, playing alongside now are back again here towards Mayhem. Surprisingly enough, they get Rita as well as Darkin back up on their feet. I did not expect that. It all comes from a slightly awkward nade from Lewis, which ultimately ends in their downfall. Falcons will lose their final player there, leaving them on 114 points, but they made it over the line.
In first place for now. They will end their game. Ida and S2G looking to try and change that. They do have the option to. They do have that opportunity. With Ida feeling fairly safe for now, We do have a little bit more to go, and it looks like they're going to try and flex out west, try and third-party this. Okay, they want to rock up onto the western edge. Black Esports a little bit further. The Boars are sandwiched in between, and Narita has earned a lot of space with this wide flex out. A nade over towards the compound for S2G, and drops it outside of that hovercraft there. The rest of them trying to get across the road as well. In the meantime, Sulika for the Boars holding things down, but he's the last to stand, and you've got to imagine Brat are going to be able to seal the deal here. But Ida crossing the road, that is big news. S2G, a nade over, and Ida are winning this fight against S2G, taking them very, very low. And maybe ruining S2G's chances in the rest of this match. They're picking up the points here, Blank. They've taken a knock and a second as well, and there is still Kelsey to deal with, and that is one hell of a hurdle to cross. The spray down over towards Ida draws them short on 109. They do not get to the boundary, but it's just the one player now standing. I think we're going into match 3 with only 2 players in that zone, but there is still potential for S2G to ladder up pretty far here. They are 11 points short. Unfortunately, that means that they do need to do a lot of work, and by they, I mean just Kelsey.
And there's a lot of teams that are struggling here, and for Black Esports as well as Bra and BWNRX, these teams are likely to face up against one another sooner rather than later, and Kelsey might just be able to sneak a couple of these eliminations away. There should be a lot of death crates around that area that he can pick through, pilfer, and get some nades. One man with 6 or 7 nades can be a really big problem for quite a few teams, but you can see he's right on the edge. It's going to be hard for him to leave.
And of course, remember, you desperately want to be up in those top 4 every game from now on, because it could end in the next match, Blank. With 2 teams having that option, having that opportunity, you can't afford to drop out of the top 4 at any stage now. So for S2G, they're looking to defend, get as far away from Kara, who are right behind them, as they possibly can. Kelsey has it all to do here. Brat wanting to stop him. You got to think that Tron has to go first, though. And Kelsey breaks out. He's making his move.
Yeah, Tron's just going to try and live, get further into this game. There are 5 teams remaining. Laddering up to a 4th place would be ginormous. Rolex, though, has a nade in hand. I think he just spotted him slightly on that, and a nade comes behind him. Waiting with the nade, waiting for the jump out. Tron is holding.
He wants to ladder up. Okay, he's going to go down to the blue zone here. He's just waiting for the peak. Unfortunately, Kelsey doesn't pick up that point, but he gets the extra placement now as we're into our top 4. They have 9 elims on S2G for 102 points. And Rolex definitely saw that run out. Kelsey now with the challenge close by. I wonder if he spotted Rolex, but he's completely dead to rights here with a swash on the off angle. That should be him gone, down and out. They will finish on 106. They are now 7 points ahead of Kara on that 4th place bubble. If it ends right now, they would make it, but they've still got at least another match to play here.
Pretty nice, though, for S2G overall. With 106 points ahead of Kara, who are starting to feel the weight of these games on their shoulders. You can definitely tell that for them. There's a lot of nervous plays coming through from that team. BWNRX looking to make a mad dash around the corner. They could saddle themselves up alongside with the likes of Boars and Kara after this game if they're able to have a clean sweep and a chicken dinner. It's asking a lot, though. It's asking a lot from that squad.
Definitely is. I think BWNRX, I mean, to jump up to be in contest, they'd need more points than are available right now. With them being 3 of the remaining players, there's only 5 more points they can earn. I think they need something like 26 points or something on this game, and there's just no way that they can find that.
Oh, I just mean in terms of like 5th, 6th place.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Boars and Kara. Yeah. I'm not saying first place, that would be a month.
No, I was given more context there. I mean, I meant even to get up towards that area, right? They need a whole heck of a lot of points. And now they've been denied yet another elim and a nade sent over by Brat. They have full control of this circle. I'm surprised that BWNRX have gotten this far. Looked like they might have been dead to rights earlier. And they are really flagging. In terms of those med suppliers, you could see how much punishment they've sent their way. Zedwolf with barely any ammo as well.
It has to be a very clean fight versus BWNRX, and they're caught on the outside of the circle. BWNRX just don't have the angles, and Bra has this full lineup. It's just going to have to be clear elims across the board. And with this lineup, it's very unlikely. Now, you are going against the 16th place team, so that's your favorable approach, but you're doing it with absolutely nothing. So the scales do even out slightly.
Definitely do. 3 nades for Quantum, though. I feel like that's the moneymaker right there. Quantum just needs to tag with 2 of those nades, or maybe even 1 of those nades, and it feels like it becomes just pretty much a guarantee. Even Frozen, super low ammo count across the board for everyone. It's unhappy. It's unhealthy for the BWNRX health bars. And they're just going to have to go for something mad. They don't even have smokes to play this one. They used them all on the roadside earlier. And getting into a second place, I mean, that is probably as good as they could hope for here. Zed Wolf goes down first. Brat just picking up these points, picking up these elims is good news to maybe not be at the bottom of the tables at the end of it. But the nade goes long, over towards Kine. Looks like Swash is going to isolate Frozen as well. Take him down very, very low. They're just going to spot him out, spray him down. Not too much more that you can do about it. There they go, and Brat cleaned things up, finding a chicken dinner, match number 3.
But a big points vacuum down towards the bottom of the lobby, right? That does suck up a lot away from squads towards the top that really did want those to get ahead. But during all of that, we had a big story to tell, which is that Falcons and Regnum Kaya have made it past that smash boundary now. 1 win, and it will be done and dusted going forward for both of those teams and everyone else in this lobby. We'll see how well they can do it here. I'm imagining we're going to be going towards a short break after we take a look at all these stats, whilst these players can cool off and come back clear-headed to potentially pick up that win there and then.
Absolutely. It is really important now, more than ever, to keep that level, to keep that mentality strong, nice and safe into these next few matches. Because, of course, as I said before, right, being in the top 4 is all important now. Every single match could be the last one, which means that you can't let it slip at all. It's not a question of, oh, we've got one more match to play. You just don't know. You just don't know how many more maps you're going to be able to play. So getting into that 4th place now and staying there, building those buffers is so, so important.
For S2G on that game, it was a very important game for them to bring their point scoring up towards that top side of things and get themselves in towards the top 4 in the first place. Ida, though, I am incredibly impressed, and I'm glad to see them there at the top of the lobby. But yeah, I think for the boys over on S2G, it's a case of that was a relief of a game for them, let's put it that way, to get themselves back up towards the top side. And it could all end this next game. You are absolutely right, John. I think for Regnum Kaya and Falcons, there is a massive weight that just got released from them, right? They're no longer chained and sinking in the water. They're getting a breath of fresh air at the top. And I think now it's a case of all they have to focus on is getting high point games and all that chicken dinner. And if that means that you play a really slow match, no elims, no nothing, and just play center and get a chicken dinner off the back of that, you just win.
Yeah, you win the whole thing there and then. Doesn't matter if you're ahead, if you're behind in terms of those points overall. If Regnum Kaya blast out, they get 27 elims, but come second to Falcons with 0, they still lose, right? It doesn't matter at this stage. I just did a quick number crunch there. The Falcons and Regnum Kaya between them, if you just look at these finals, have won 2 out of the 15 matches, which puts them at about a 13% win rate when you add both of the 2 teams together. So they're sort of a very... a presumptuous and fairly naive approach to determining the probability of ending in next match. We're looking about 13% chance, which is not a lot. Let me tell you, that is not a lot at all. That's about an 1/8 of the time, pretty close to that sort of boundary. You're expecting that to happen. So about 1 in 8 is the probability that we're going to see the tournament end in this next match, in match number 4 in Erangel.
Yeah, again, it's like roughly just a 10% chance. Let's throw it that way. 9 times out of 10, they're not winning. And I think that, when you put it that way, it is a little bit stressful for these teams. But it all depends on the circle. It also depends on playstyle as well, because, like I said before, if you do just rat it out and just go for a chicken dinner off a game like that, then yeah, there is a much higher possibility of you getting a chicken. The reason why we see a lot of teams going down and not getting those first places because to them it didn't really matter about those 4 extra points. What mattered to them is the 14, 15 eliminations they're able to put up during that match. When you don't really have that goal in mind anymore and there's only 2 of you here, I think you can afford 1 game to go for that type of play style, but 1 game only. You move towards Miramar, the last two Miramars, and you've got to give it your all. But I think Erangel's probably the best place to go for that type of play style. It will depend on the first circle. But if there's an opportunity to send center and just sit there for a win off the back of circle look, you're 100% just going to go for that and not worry about the elims in the circle itself.
Yeah, definitely. It's not the sort of thing that you need to do. Although, to be fair, going for elims can also be playing into sort of zonal control, right? I mean, it's kind of it can be kind of important to clear out the areas around you, and you can't be unwilling to take fights. And often, it's easy to sort of fall back on, oh, we just need to control this bit. We just need to control this bit. And you lose out on potentially being able to control a lot more terrain with more influence and more difficulty for the teams around you to try and do anything about your position, rather than allowing teams to get into positions around you and try and have that influence in the zone. But I think you could argue either way. I think it's very specifically dependent on the situation that they find themselves in as to how you're going to want to play that out. And I mean, that's why the IGLs are who they are, and I'm not sat here. I'm not sat where they are. It is definitely going to be up to them, and I'll be very interested to see what Silas is going to bring to the table, what Ralph is going to bring to the table in those very scenarios. Right? How are they going to try and make this one work?
Yeah, and what's the decision behind it all? I do think you get one game only to go for a playstyle like that, and we'll see exactly how that pans out coming into our next game. This is such an unfortunate grenade coming through from Lewis, by the way. I didn't enjoy that at all. But yeah, it's interesting, and I am certainly worried slightly for Regnum Kari as well as Falcons, where I don't know if they'll get that chicken dinner throughout the rest of the day. We've got to wait and see. For S2G, again, there was a great game. And for IDA, I'd be very happy to see that team go through to EWC. I think they have a lot more. I think their potential is still yet to be capped.
Yeah, it definitely could be. I mean, they are definitely giving the teams at the top a run for their money. And it is still a very closely fought boundary, right, between these teams towards that fourth place bubble. I think there was a little gap opened there by S2G getting 13 points on the match, by IDA also earning 9 on that match. So they have opened a little bit of a gap ahead of Kara, who did go down fairly early, but they still got 4 points. The Boars as well, only getting 4 points and not really able to do too much on the chase. Brat getting 22. We'll see them up to, I think, 60 something, somewhere around that sort of region, potentially maybe a little bit under 60 points total. We'll have to wait for the overalls there. BWNRX getting 10 points on that game as well, able to jump up towards 87 points. And you can see they're on a tiebreaker there. Falcons in the top spot. IDA and S2G taking third and fourth place behind that smash barrier.
Beautiful stuff from them. It did just kind of just reminded me way back when, I think it was 2023 PMGC, Inco Gaming, who did win their slot into PMGC basically of just sitting center, which is why I talk about like just playing center and then just getting yourself a chicken dinner off the back of that. BWRX are not able to get themselves into that first page, only on 87 points, trying to drag themselves out from the misery underneath. I mean, 87 is not terrible, but you're getting to that point where teams are starting to pull ahead. 87 at the start of the day would have been fine in terms of position to try and catch. It's not the case anymore.
No, it is unfortunate there that they haven't been able to get as far as they would have liked. It is starting to get a little bit long in the tooth to try and jump up on the qualifications. I think the bottom of the tables was not Bra, but it was about 58 points, I think, for Barsai on that bottom side of the tables. And when you're looking at the bubble being around 100 points right now, a little bit over that, in fact, it's going to be really tricky to, especially when teams are going to start to cross that boundary. And going into match 4, we're going to see 2 teams have that opportunity with the proximity now of IDA, S2G, even teams like Kara and Boars as well, being able to access that smash zone. It's going to be all to play for. It's going to go way up in terms of probability of seeing an early end to the tournament. Let's head back to the stage while we get our next match ready.
Well, probably thinking what a lineup this is, and you'd be right in asking that because we've got ourselves Optimus Prime here. We're waiting for Billy, who'll be back in a second here. But Optimus, let me ask you a question. How's your day been here so far, joining us for the PUBG Mobile Europe Finals? You having a good time here?
Yes, it's amazing. I am Optimus Prime.
Yes,
and
you
I'm
are.
really happy to be here.
We can tell that. And predictions for who you think is going to win the spring finals as well here?
I think I will be victorious.
Yes, you will. And so will the Autobots. Of course, we're joined by Optimus Prime, but Billy's there somewhere as well. What a voice he's got. As well as we're joined by Macaron and Noche as well, who are a wonderful couple that met through PUBG Mobile. Welcome to the stage. Let me ask you first, how did you meet? Was it through PUBG Mobile? How did that all happen?
Şimdi arkadaşlar, yanımızda 2 tane değerli isim var. Noche ve Makaron. Kendileri benim duyduğum kadarıyla PUBG Mobile üzerinden tanışıp daha sonra evlenmişler. Şimdi bir soralım nasıl? Tebrik ediyoruz. Bir soralım bu tanışma nasıl olmuş, nasıl başlamış, ilk kim kimi haritada görmüş?
Şimdi şöyle, ben turnuva sunucusuydum aslında. O da sunduğum turnuvalarda oynuyordu. Yıllar önce, yani 6 sene falan olmuştur. Sonra artık oynamaya geçtim. Ve oynamaya başladığım sırada tekrar karşılaştık kendisiyle. Evet. Bir ay falan peşinden koşturdu.
Hangi haritada koşturdu?
Gerçekten. Erencil'de.
Buggy ile peşinden gidiyorum yakalayamıyorum.
Evet, gerçekten ama güzel oldu. Geç oldu. Yıllar aldı evlenmemiz ama güzel oldu.
Yıllar aldı diyerek böyle bir yan bakış geldi bu arada.
Evet.
So, she was a streamer for a tournament, and he was a player. Then that's the first time she saw him playing. Then then she started playing.
Yeah.
And she started chasing around him in the map.
Okay.
It took her many years to get him, but
Yeah.
I think she finally got him.
That's awesome. I love that it's brought you together here. I mean, speaking of which, being here at a PUBG Mobile event like this, what is this like for you two? Obviously, this game brought you together. How has it been here? What's your experience been like at the spring finals here in Istanbul?
Şimdi şu zamana kadar yani klasik bir soru. Etkinlik nasıl geçiyor? Yani bizce mükemmel geçiyor. Bence seyirci için de etkinlik oldukça iyi geçiyordur. Nasıl geçiyor finaller? Güzel. Sizin için nasıl geçiyor finaller?
Bizim için de çok güzel. Tabii eşime de sormak.
Benim için de mükemmel geçiyor bence.
Makaron izin verdi, Noche konuşabiliyor artık. Now she let him speak.
Enjoy the moment.
Nasıl güzel? So everything is fine.
Everything's good.
They're saying that everything is perfect.
Exactly.
Everything is great.
It could be more perfect because we could give away some more prizes. You can help too, Optimus, with our Wheel of Wonder here.
Thank you.
Good. Interesting. Why don't we switch things up here? Having a couple here with us?
Yes.
Why don't we try and give prizes away? 3 prizes from the wheel to couples in our audience. What do you think?
That's perfect.
Should we do that?
Okay.
Okay, great.
Let me tell the audience.
Please.
Şimdi şöyle dedik ki Adam'la önceden bir karar verdik. Madem böyle güzel bir çiftimiz var yanımızda, seyircilerden çift olanlardan seçelim hediye vereceğimiz kişileri diye.
Straight away, there's a couple that I can see. We got one just over there in the middle.
Are you guys couples?
Are you guys a couple? Amazing. Okay. There we go. We got a couple there.
Let's begin. The first couple.
The first couple.
Yeah.
I tell you what Billy will do. We have our first couple here. Should we ask Optimus? Would you do the honors of spinning the wheel for us?
Yes, I will.
Go
Now,
for it. Can you see
I am spinning the wheel.
Can you see the wheel? Let me help your hand.
Optimus Prime
We're gonna get there.
çeviriyor sizin
spin it?
için.
I'll help. There we go. It's
Şimdi
spinning.
oldu.
It's spinning.
İlk çiftimize şimdi ilk ödül.
Wait. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, Optimus
Aslan
Prime.
saldırısı paketi. Hanginiz ister bunu?
Nice.
İkinizi birbiriniz. Tamam.
Perfect.
Okay,
We have, I think,
the boyfriend got the
any
skin.
more couples that we have here? Where do we have couples
Let's give
around
him
us?
another one.
What's that?
For the girlfriend, the boyfriend got the costume and the.
Oh, you want to do two prizes?
Yeah.
Go spin it again, please,
Girlfriend
Optimus.
should get something too.
We're giving it all away here. This is wonderful. So we're giving
Beyefendiye
away
verdiği ödülü
prizes
şimdi hanımefendiye bir ödül geliyor.
to our couples in the audience here. Sapka?
Hat.
A hat.
Şapka olur mu? Uygun mu sana? Olur,
Nice.
tamam, teşekkür
Good job,
ederiz.
good job. Okay.
Şimdi
We need
me
two
look
more
this way.
couples. Yeah, go
Okay.
that way, go that way, go that way.
Burada çiftimiz var mı başka? Değil misiniz? Çift misiniz? Doğru söyleyin. Tamam, there's another one here.
Okay, great. All right, we've got another couple here. Let's spin the wheel, please, here, Optimus Prime. Never thought I'd say that, but here we are. Let's keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. That's good. Sapka, another hat. Another hat for you guys. Great. Let's do one more spin. Let's do a second prize as well. One more spin, please, Optimus Prime. Spin again.
Okay.
A t-shirt.
A t-shirt.
A t-shirt. Nice. You got that too.
I found another couple here.
Go and get a couple for us. Go on, Billy.
Işık alabiliyor muyuz buraya? Buradaki çiftimize biraz daha sağa yukarı. Sağa yukarı.
Where are our couples at here to give away some fabulous
Şuradalar.
prizes? Okay.
Kaç yıldır beraberiz? They also met on PUBG Mobile.
Oh, nice! That's awesome. Okay.
Oh my God.
Should we have? Do you know what? Should we have? Let's have Macaron spin the wheel. Do you want to spin the wheel with Optimus Prime together? Come on, you can spin it. There we go. There we go. Big spin. Big spin.
Macaron
Go for it.
will
Go
spin
for it.
it
Okay.
For the girlfriend or the wife.
You
Evli misiniz?
have won yours. So that's it. I love
Evlisiniz
Optimus.
10 sene mi?
An Atki.
5 sene.
A scarf, an Atki. A scarf.
Atkı geldi size efendim.
I'm really learning my
Müthiş.
Turkish here. This is great.
Şimdi
An Atki. We need one more prize though for this same
hanımefendi için
couple.
aldık. Şimdi
One more time.
beyefendi için bir ödül
Macaron,
alalım.
big spin. Let's go big spin, big spin. Go for it. What do we want to win here? We're going to go for a...
We're going to go for
Oh, no, wait. What's this one here? Tadlici seti.
Tatlıcı seti olur mu?
Is that good?
Tişört de verebilirim. Olur mu? Tişört mü?
We're happy.
They
We're
want a
happy.
t-shirt.
Okay, a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Where's the t-shirt?
There it is, you're a t-shirt.
T-shirt kazandınız, you won a
Amazing. I
t-shirt.
was so lucky.
It's
Optimus, you're
absolutely
bringing good
perfect.
luck to us all. One more couple. Shall I go this way?
Do we have time for one?
We have time for one more couple? Are we good?
Bir
Production,
çiftimiz
we have
daha
one more couple.
arayalım mı?
I think one more couple. Let's go for
Okay,
it.
just go for it.
Let's go for it. Let's go together.
Okay.
Let's go together. Come on.
You're making me walk.
Come on, let's go. Let's go together.
God.
It's not very often we get to hang out together. So
Var
here
mı
we are.
burada çiftimiz?
Any couple? Do we have any couples here together? But we're exclusively looking for our couples. Where we at? Where we at? I don't see any.
There's one.
I don't see any couple.
On the right side.
Where's that there?
Look.
Oh, we got two. We got just down the front here. Looks like we've got two here. Two people here.
You're a couple.
Are you, yeah. These two here? I think so. Okay, I'll run back to the wheel. I'll run back to the wheel. I'll come this way. I'll come back to the wheel with you guys this way. We got two people.
No, they were not a couple. She was like, no.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
We need two more. We need one more couple.
Okay, let's not do a couple. Let's pick someone.
Pick someone. One more person. Any one person. Whoever screams the loudest here, Billy.
En çok bağıranı seçecek. You pick. You're gonna pick.
Me pick?
Yeah.
Okay, let me hear you. I can't hear you. Where are we at? Someone. Let me see. Over here. This fabulous person here. High five, come on. Okay, here we go. What would you like to win?
Bag.
A bag, apparently. Do you want to spin the wheel, Optimus? Spin the wheel for us.
Spin the wheel, Optimus.
See what we get here. I still find that's a great thing to say, spin the wheel, Optimus. Is there a bag there? Is there a bag somewhere? Keep going.
Yep.
Janta! You got a bag! Let's go! You got it,
Okay,
there we go. Love it.
One more, Adam, but
one
the
more.
couple is going to kick. Going to pick.
Okay,
not kick.
the couple's going to pick.
Couple's
Okay,
going to pick.
I love this.
But they're going to pick from supporters
Let's
of
do it.
Kara.
Let's do it.
Kara destekçilerinden bir kişiyi seçmek ister misiniz? O yüzden Kara tarafından bir alkış alalım.
I know what's going on
Noche
anymore.
ve
This is great. We're just giving away tons of
Makaron
stuff.
seçecek bir kişiyi.
Just going to stand in, my buddy. Me and Optimus. We're boys for life. Boys for life, me and this guy. Did we get someone?
Seçtiniz
Noche and Macaron, have they picked someone?
I think they did.
They did?
Yep.
They found someone. Okay.
Yep.
Let's spin this wheel, Optimus. You want to spin the wheel for us one more time?
I haven't spin the wheel.
Do you want to spin it?
Yeah. Ben hiç çevirmedim. Bir kere de ben çevireyim.
Here we go.
Atkı kazandık. Atkı uygun mudur kardeşimize?
I think we're showing signs to the...
Yeah, I think the fans...
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yeah.
We're just giving things away.
Atkı verdik. Tişört.
Okay. A t-shirt!
Tişört verdik. Özür dilerim. Atkıyı yanlış görmüşüm.
Thank you very much. A big shout out to our wonderful couple there as well. PUBG Mobile bringing them together here. A big shout out to both to Macaron and to Noche as well. An enormous shout out, of course, to Optimus Prime, who's got a date with some Decepticons coming up. But obviously, 8th of July, the big date in the calendar for PUBG Mobile, with a collaboration for Transformers entering the fray, is going to be coming your way here. For now, thank you both very much. Thank you, Optimus. We head back to the casters. We have a grand finals to get back to.
Teşekkür ediyoruz tekrar size. Tebrik ederiz, mutluluklar dileriz. Optimus Prime, thank you.
Nice.
8 Temmuz'da oyunları
My God.
güncellemeyi unutmayalım. Çünkü PUBG Mobile ve Transformers hep beraber yeni güncellemeyle yeniliklere başlayacağız. Şimdi karşılaşmaların bitme ihtimali var. Heyecan dorukta. Hiç uzatmadan sözü tekrar Tankut ve Scarlett'a bırakıyorum.
Thank you very much. Giving surprises out to the couples in the audience there. Lovers in the air for PUBG Mobile, but not between our teams because they are bitterly entrenched in battle right now for the top 4 spots. And of course, we have 2 teams who are now past that Smash rule threshold. That is the Falcons and Regnum Kaya, who could both end the tournament right here, right now with a chicken dinner.
That they could. It is right down to the wire right now for 2 of those teams, and there are teams trying to catch up and get themselves in a position where they could potentially finish out these matches as well come match 5, match 6. But we're officially halfway through the day looking to move into match 4 and see where this all takes us in the long run. It's very cool. I'm very excited to see it all pan out with match 4 on the cards right now. Our angle probably would be the best and easiest place to end things for our squads. Miramar gets a little bit more hectic, but there's certainly still possibility there.
Yeah, it would be quite interesting to not even see Miramar today, right? If we just end it right here, if either Regnum Kai or Falcons get a chicken dinner on the game that is to come. But going over to Miramar, things could potentially change, dynamics could shift, and more teams could be in that Smash ruling, which means that whilst, you may want to just be like, okay, I'm going to play more central, more passively, more teams might decide to do just that as well, right? You might be in for a shock when you see like 5 teams who are all past the Smash barrier, all just like try and go to a central location, duke it out, and then one of them comes away with like 17 elims, but only 2 players alive, and then they all just go down and don't make it for the Smash rule.
Yeah, which at that point, you're not too unhappy with because it does solidify your position over towards the top side of the lobby. In which case, if we ended on match 5 or 6 on a different team, you'd still be making it through to EWC. You wouldn't get that 35 grand, but it is a nice place to put yourself at the end of the day. We'll wait and see what happens there, though, because, again, there's a lot of questions to be answered. We've only 2 teams in the Smash zone. The reliability of that's pretty small, 1/8 chance out of all of our squads to make it through, so 2 out of the 16. But it's weird. It's very weird. It's a small chance, but it is there. Though on match 5 and match 6, I imagine that chance will become much, much greater as more and more teams make it in, because it has been so closely fought for throughout all of our squads so far. I didn't expect it. I thought we'd see a lot more points towards the top side of the lobby coming into day 3. No one's really hitting that magical 10-point average here with 100 points. 114, I think it is, being the threshold right now for first place, despite us being in match 4 of day 3. That's a crazy marker to end on, really.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty. I mean, it's a lot lower than I would have expected, right? To be on that fourth place bubble. I was thinking it was going to be sort of over towards the mid hundreds, but the average is generally very, very flat up and down the tables here. I was just taking a look at what would happen if we added IDA and S2G to the top of the tables, and of course adding them to the smash boundary. If they're able to surpass it in this match blank, that would add another. They've won so far out of the games that we played in the finals 4 matches as we head into this game. That would add another 4 chicken dinners that they've been able to earn. They've had 2 chicken dinners each. So out of the 16 matches that we will have played at the end of this match, that would be a total of 6 out of the 16 matches that have been won by the teams over that smash rule boundary. So taking that approach, you can start to see we're getting up to nearly a 50% chance, right? It would be 8 out of the 16 matches needed for a 50% chance to go there. In towards ending the tournament, right? So if you're able to add those 2 teams to the smash boundary, you're looking at a much higher probability that we see a chicken dinner end the tournament in match number 5. But as it stands, you run this match 8 times, the tournament's ending in one of them. We'll see if it is going to be this time around. Lipovka over towards the west coast for the plane path, nice and down the middle.
A very easy playing path to start things off as well, which doesn't really hamper any teams. And this is the type of playing path that you like to see to really enable a strong performance for both Falcons as well as Regnum Kaya. This is a great playing path to go off as it directly drops them off halfway through over towards Pachinki as well as Rozhok. No problems. Everyone else is in the same type of boat here. So this is really, really quite nice. Yeah, you do wonder if there will be any challenges over towards Falcons as well as Regnum Kaya, trying to prevent them from finishing out these games too early, though, with only 2 teams going for that.
Potentially be. Are we going to see Papa? No, we're not going to see. I was thinking, do we see Pepper or Supermaster just randomly going back to Pachinki, fighting the Falcons? Could be difficulty for Redox here if he drops on the same vehicles as BWNRX on that south side, but it looks like they are diverging and they will not come into contact there. Regnum Kaya around Rozhok, pretty chill, but the circle goes out to the east side towards the hill to the north of Milta, that shelter area as well as farm, taking up a lot of that position. So a Milta Peninsula finish on the cards.
Towards that eastern edge. Okay, an interesting start to our game here. Over towards that side of the map, Regnum Kaya has a decent ability to play in this region. We have seen Silas win large tournaments in the past from an area like this before as well. So this is, overall, in my opinion, very nice for both Falcons and Regnum Kaya. It's a straight shot over towards that eastern side. Again, there is a lot of compounds to play around here, a lot of very good positions on the map where you can secure a big win just off the back of it. Matcap tries to go for some trickery on the bike, but it's not meant to be.
Yeah, can't get up to the top there, unfortunately. We'll just fall short, but slam into the wall, grab the loot anyway. You're fine, it's fine. S2G making their way down to Quarry and potentially on towards Primorsk, where they normally drop, as BWNRX got to loot up around that ferry pier split, keeping footholds out to the east as well, it seems. Zedwolf will take up that east point for them, and they'll look to rotate towards the circle in the next few minutes, you expect. No early scraps coming on through. No fights breaking out just yet, but could potentially change fairly soon. A lot of teams quite locked in around this sort of central area. Not too far from the Boars here, with Regnum Kyrie and Rozhok, with Fireflux just to the south of it towards school and apartments, Boars in this zone. A lot of similar rotational paths could cross into one another for these 3 teams.
Yeah, in the future. They've likely thought this out, though, of how they'd want to approach it, where one goes off towards the north, some heads further down towards the south. For Regnum Kaya, I'd quite like to see them move fairly soon, though, at least. Just because you don't want to be sat over towards Rozhok, especially when you have one of the closer positions to get into this one. I think Silas already started to move out early in terms of a scout, though, which is great for them.
Just getting that info on board. Obviously very, very valuable. Loxy rotating. Regnum Kaya on the road now. Hoping to be the road to a chicken dinner. As Loxy and Silas are in lockstep. You can see on the tables on the right-hand side, it is Falcons and Regnum Kaya who are in that smash zone, who can potentially win it with a single chicken dinner, indicated by that target icon to the left-hand side of their team logos. If they get a chicken dinner in this match, the tournament is over and they win. I think out of most of the PMSLs that I've seen, Blank, this one feels pretty likely to end with a smash ruling.
You'd hope so. It's been a while. I think that we have seen a lot of tournaments that we've casted so far that have had smash rulings, and they've never ended on a smash ruling either. We always go towards that 6th game, and it is decided unequivocally as the top team able to get the most amount of points, and never have we got a smash ruling coming through, which is sad. I'd like to see a smash ruling. But we will see how it all pans out here. Over PMSL EU, you're right though, with how close the groupings are. More likely than not, even on the 6th game, it probably will be a smash ruling that comes through. Just because of the amount of teams that will make themselves, get themselves into a position where they will hit over 113 points by that stage.
Big nade from CEO later, but it's not going to isolate them. It's not going to slow them down one jot. And Kara losing a player in 5th place. That could be nasty. Remember, it could all close down on this match. Ending in 5th place would be disastrous for Kara. They do not want to let this one slip away.
Yeah, for Kara, it's a really big deal. Losing a player early like this when they're on the chase to get back in towards that position that S2G holds in 4th. They looked good for it as well. They looked clean to stay up towards that top 4, but there has been some misplays so far. Get goes down. That's towards far side from nobody. Foot were some of the first towards the center of this circle, playing around shelter. Very open area of the map to play as well, so quite dangerous, I'd go ahead and say.
Certainly is. Very treacherous area of the map to try and navigate. Foot taking cover in the shelter, popping those 3 buggies down the stairs, but they have already lost one of their players. We saw that roll-up coming on through. Looking at the tables right now, Blank, that 4th place is accessible to anyone from 9th and up, right? You've got 9th place BWNRX, 87 points. 4th place is 106. That means that they only need 19 points to jump up there, assuming that bubble doesn't move at all. So for S2G to go down instantly, that difference would need to be made up. So it is a bit of a moving target, but certainly could be done.
Falcon's pretty slow to this one, actually. They didn't start moving until around about a minute ago. They head out over towards the circle itself. In the meantime, Regnum Kaya actually headed over towards prison, playing the hills over towards that top side of there, which is always a nice spot to play in. It's not too defensible in terms of a compound, but you do have a lot of capability to get scouting done from that area. And the high ground as well plays into the capability of that position.
Teams are trying to find their little slice of the circle. Right now, the most important thing that's happened is that knock and flush onto a player from Kara. But that doesn't mean they're out of it just yet. We know that they like to play these central positions. Definitely have a chance still with 3 players alive. Seems like S2G taking a tickle from the blue zone. I believe that's Icy, who was out there for quite a while. Should be healing up quite nicely. Out from Primorsk as well. They'll be rotating in fairly late on the south coast, coming into contact potentially with Ida on that side of things, as they will try and overtake them both in position and on the tables.
Falcons here. There's an outpost. Barside trying to get down towards the foot. They do find end. They will flush him out as well. Just one knock went back their way, but for some reason is up top.
Goodness
Leaving
me,
now just
right.
Docker Machine.
Hard south shift on the circle, Blank. It's going to push people down towards Farm and Milter. The roadblock to the northwest of Milter, an important position. The hills as well, where K1 currently sit, and everybody descends. It's going to be hell for leather, and we are going to see a few casualties now.
Yeah, a massive dash out towards the edge there. For Regnum Kai, you can see them just ahead with Silas starting to push on through. BWNRX are not far behind though, and we'll see where Regnum Kaya ends up, because this is not an easy play to make, especially as we head down towards farm where there is limited compounds to play. Open area down there as well, including fielded area as well. One of the few places around this side of the map that has fields down towards the south.
A lot of teams taking shots towards Barsai now, with Foot below them as well. Thundertalk are looking to pick up the majority of the points, but there's more teams around the corner. BWNRX want these points. They want to try and take down Thundertalk as well. Barsai still have players in action, but nobody will finally fall. Third parties coming on through, though. There's teams from the east, teams from the west. Everybody wants to get involved here, as Thundertalk have committed to this fight now, have committed to this position, and they're going to be locked in by Fenerbahce and by BWNRX.
The BWNRX stop short instead of chasing over towards Regnum Kaya, who just sent away, and they realize they don't need eliminations. They can just send off into the distance. There is Kara, those Papala Supermassive, potentially Ida as well, who get the better end of the stick, and from Primorse S2G swinging around Shark Fin.
Trying to find a little bit of cover. Fenerbahce behind the tree. Savian getting that heal off. Thundertalk trading off now. The nade would have taken him if he hadn't got that first aid off, so nicely timed there, but Nico wants to get the res onto Symphony. Some of Thundertalk did try and go down the steps, and they didn't realize that Foot was beyond them potentially, and they do fall down, and the rollout from Fenerbahce finds another player from Thundertalk, leaving them just as a solo. It looks like BWNRX have disengaged from this fight. They have lost a player, and they don't want to get involved any further.
It's not worth it for them. They need those 3 players. They need to get further into this one. As we keep saying, the game could end at any moment. And both Falcons and Regnum Kari are playing this out very slowly. Regnum Kari actually finding quite a central position for themselves to the northwest of Milta. Again, it's that Inco playstyle from way back when, where you just sat towards the center, and then even though teams were fighting for their tournament lines over on the edge, trying to get as many eliminations as possible, Inco just made it in off the back of placement points alone.
We will be keeping an eye on our teams, looking to try and breach that bubble. Kara diminished by a player, and Boar's already on a point. Maybe a chance. It goes up to the northwest. Blankets over towards the Falcons and Regnum Kaya.
Both teams in a pretty decent spot. I would say for Falcons, they have a slightly stronger position here because they're playing on this compound, whereas Regnum Kaya, there is a whole swathe of teams over towards our eastern side who will be battling out towards them later on. They have a small compound to work with, which looks out that way. But yeah, we're waiting for like stage 4, stage 5 to really see exactly where the circle's going to end up.
Boars on the northeast side with the remnants of Foot and Thundertalk beneath them. They'd like to pick up those points because they do have to dash for those top spots. They are still in the points earning phase of their tournament. To try and grab those ones would be very, very nice to add to their tally. It's 3 or 4 points they can just tuck away and send them closer towards S2G's tally. But S2G being on that south coast already sees them fairly safe. A nice overarm there towards K1. That should seal the deal. Don't imagine that Slonic's going to be able to get too much of a response from the rest of his team.
Oh, likely not. Good nade though over the top from Fool. Bro having a bit of an uptick of performance today, having more placement points. That breaks the tiebreaker between them and Black Esports, sitting them in 15th. And that extra elimination sits them in 14th. So they continue the ladder up here.
Excellent. Fantastic. I'm glad for them. We'll see how far they can go. On the southeast side. Yeah, it's a bit late though. Bit late. In about shape. Trying to figure out how to get out of this one. I think, is that Boars with the last player as a backstop on the north side? Just trying to scout out these rotations and forewarn his teammates. Regnum Kaya, you saw them off in the distance there. They are happy to sit in their compound that they have right now, in the shadow of the hill. The Falcons as well. further out to the west side of it. Just rolling around, keeping control. Not an easy push towards them. I think the Boars may be the team that could potentially change that if they flex out, try and blow in behind the Falcons. We'll see if they're able to take charge of that mountain.
Yeah, I mean, the mountain itself is actually very, very nice for Regnum Kai because it gives you basically that 180 degree of danger towards your eastern side and then protects your back. So you're not taking shots from that way. Even if you were on top of the hill, it's hard to take shots down in towards those windows, but that is a nasty shift on the circle.
Wow.
It heads out over towards that western side. Now, what is Regnum Kai's plan? Because they're flying off over towards the west here, looking over towards Fireflux and Black Esports, but as are Falcons. That is an aggressive push from Regnum Kai. Yeah, they are taking it all the way. Unsurprisingly, one goes down in the process. They will find a little building to play in on this wizard tower. I think that's as far as they go on this.
I mean, this is really quite a central position right now. Kara unlikely to actually push out of their compound in too short of a time. Papara Supermassive, the same story. You've got Fireflux out to the west as well as Black Esports. They can survive, right? This is about getting central for Regnum Kaya. S2G looking to roll up into this fight against Ida. This is a really important fight on the south side, Blank. Two teams looking to chase for that boundary, and Ida, who were only 4 points short of it, have just lost 2 of their players.
Yeah, a terrible instance there for them, but a great turn up for S2G. His final few games. Never goes down as Bra is just taking shots, laying lead down outside this window, and once again we're getting the classic spray back and forth. Quantum with the P90 will not be able to make it work as K1 comes ahead here versus Bra. This is over towards Milter.
Look at the points that are littering the bottom of the table right now, Blank. From K1 all the way down, almost every team has earned a point here. K1 taking down Bra. They do manage to pick up all those points, but there is so many that have been taken at the bottom of these tables. You're looking at 15, maybe 20 of the Elim points going down towards the lower end of things. This makes it so much harder for the teams at the top to add to their tallies.
It is that points vacuum. You're right. Fenerbahce now taking out TTQ. They're in 11th, taking on 12th. But the more teams that are struck out upon over towards the bottom side of the tables, the less competition Regnum Kai will have to deal with towards that end game. Falcons taking a fair bit of shots there coming through from Frozen, but they do get away in the end.
I mean, you're right. Exactly that. Falcons, Regnum Kaya, happy to see this happen. Ida, S2G, Kara, Boars, these teams who are chasing for that smash point boundary and for 4th place, they are much less happy to see this sort of conflict going on. They definitely want to keep as many of those points on side as possible to try and ladder up as far as they can. Kara, on the eastern side, remember they lost a player early, but now Ida also losing players may make their lives a little bit easier. Northern side Falcons trying to fend off against BWNRX now.
Going around the side, this is tough stuff for the Falcons so far. BWNRX not giving them any room to breathe at the moment, consistently encircling them. Is Ida, their last 2 players. Emre finding the first knockover towards Kivik, and Caprice might be second to fall off the back of that.
Bouncer on the nade, doesn't quite get the full healing off there, as Emre now wants to put another one in. I think they know where he's playing. Not up on the stairs, look for the bouncer. They think he's in the side room, doesn't quite tag on, but that's information gained. He's not in that room. They're going to look to hop out, and they'll go for it behind him, but Darkin goes down, and remember, it's only one player now. It's just Emre. He's pushing up the stairs, and Caprice may look for the res here as he steps up towards the higher floor. We'll try and hop away from it. Darkin getting flushed. Ida do not want to go down here. They are just a few points shy of that boundary. They definitely want to try and surpass it with just 3 more points needed. They might be able to find 2 of them here. If Caprice goes down, it's all up to Emre.
At least one elimination, I guess, for Ida, but I don't think that's going to cut it here. With so many of our top teams looking to push further. No. Good shot from Caprice, and that's Ida out. Emre's down. Now Boars stepping up to the plate versus the Falcons. They're getting pushed in by the blue. I believe the Regnum Kaya is just in the circle. I think their biggest difficulty right now is that it's very likely that Papara Supermassive has shot out all the vehicles. A lot of the next pushes will have to be done on foot or on a very limited amount of cars still on their side.
The Boars wanting to get back up into 4th place. With Ida going down, they can get 10 points and try and challenge it. Redox is good for the first, but the second is too tall an order, and he is a little bit isolated here. Ralph trying to move in, but Redox should be done for here, you'd expect. I'm surprised he hasn't been flushed yet, but an aid in from Ralph might help things, might take the tide of the fight his way. Marceau has to hit the deck, and they have spotted Redox now. As they go for these reses. Kara keeping 3 players alive, but Falcons whittle down to 3 in turn. More nades being layered on in. He's got 2 more to play with, but Koa has gone down as the Boars descend on the western flank.
None of those nades hitting feels really bad. Now, Valo also on bended knee, likely to be taken out very soon. Don't know how the hell he's getting away with his first aid kit out in the open. Good shots though coming through from the sidelines. Who is that? It's BWNRX starting to chime in. Zedwolf with a side swipe of a century, and they're all down. A 1v4 from Zedwolf will cut Boars out. They truly are the prey in this incident, and the wolf is the predator.
The Boars will not be able to challenge now, and remember, it could all end. They are in 6th place, and with a Regnum Kaya chicken dinner, it could all end. They may have had their run cut short, but we'll have to wait and see. The Falcons on the north side have 1 player to deal with. Narvalo, nade over the top. Doesn't quite get the full damage, but he does a whole heck of a lot. And now Zedwolf has the challenge. He knows where he is, but Narvalo can't step up to it. He's doing more and more. Zedwolf cannot be stopped. He's up to 6 elims now.
Really is the end for a lot of teams. End of the alphabet on the Z, and the end for Falcons coming here for us. With just the 1 player left alive, but Zedwolf truly is a miraculous player. A BWNRX at 1v4. Narvalo was cowering down on the ground, but Zedwolf came through and swiped them all away in front of his eyes. That's not a player you want to come up against.
Certainly is not. For the Falcons, it's devastation on the north side. Their hopes of a chicken dinner here and a full victory may be dashed, but they wouldn't be too sad to see a Regnum Kaya chicken dinner either, Blank. It would lock them in with a qualification spot. Sure, they might go down to 2nd place, but you'll take that. I think if you're Falcons, you will take that. The circle shifts in, and Regnum Kaya have to move.
Luckily for them, though, this is the big thing about this, is that it shifts away from the compounds down the southwest. Yes, it keeps Fireflux in, but it's feeling more and more likely that we will leave from that area. S2G, 2 players down, up against 4 now as they come out. Icy has to hit a massive grenade. In comes the sticky bomb, and it is a 1v4. How likely he is able to hold on for this is very, very unlikely. Depends how well he can send these nades in.
Underarm for the first. Doesn't quite tag on. Kelsey now flushed away. Confirmed to be a 1 versus 4. The danger is coming from inside the house now, as they have the ground floor, but a nade on the bouncer catches Septimus. Oh, he gets 2! Lord Cedric's down as well, now into a 1 versus 2. The other 2 players are fairly low as well. Icy looks to drop down. They're backing off. They're looking for these reses. They're trying to commit for it. Icy now 2 more nades in hand, and he wants to keep this one going. Keep the train rolling, but around the edge, Ozzy on lock with a pump action. Takes S2G down in 4th place. Kara could potentially leapfrog, and Regnum Kaya could end it all here. So everything to play for.
That's a wild shot coming through as well from Black Esports over towards Icy. Very cleanly done, but the double nade on that one. Goodness me. 108 points. Kara looking to chase just off placement points alone, but they're out in the open, looking very fearful over towards the center side of the road. Regnum Kaya has to make a decision soon on how they want to play this one out. Ralph is able to finish off Zedwolf, finally. Wolf is put down on the north side. And it was vicious. It was ferocious.
Absolutely. A danger. As Ralph has found himself just inside this next circle. Regnum Kaya mounting up for the win. Trying to get a position for a chicken dinner. Where do they go? Rezi, solo player for Fenerbahce.
I think they know.
Ralph off in the distance. But look at the wide angle from Silas coming on through.
Yeah, he's putting himself up towards the top side. I mean, alongside with Ralph, though. Shots from Ray Z, but immediately backed off. And this is very cautious gameplay coming through from Regnum Kaya. Love to see it. Nate goes out once Wild sends himself over. What a bounce on that one. Right off the doorstep into the building. And that gives a bit of a position to play, and Regnum Kaya's got free range on the eastern side. Ralph could put them down. That is the issue. He could be a real thorn in the side for Regnum Kaya here.
The other team's on 4 players alive right now. Fireflux sitting spread on the western side. I think they've been pushed off by Black Esports, though, who are another 4-player team. But Regnum Kaya on the east, with only Ralph, you're right, as a thorn in their side. They don't have sightlines, and Ralph really reluctant to peek here. I mean, if he tries to take shots towards Regnum Kaya, everybody from down below is going to take shots up back towards him. He does not have an angle to challenge Regnum Kaya on this position.
Next circle, very important for Regnum Kaya here. Needs to head over towards the east, needs to cut these players out from these buildings, but instead it's directly on top of Fireflux. Basically, the hope here for Regnum Kaya is that Black Esports takes a big fight with Fireflux and that they can capitalize off the back of it. Papara Supermassive similarly have to move in and do something, but it's tough now. It is very tough. For Regnum Kaya, this is looking like a slim chance at finishing off this game, especially with Fireflux now knowing their position.
Kara looking less and less likely to be able to get past that smash point boundary as well. So we may be going into the next match with, again, the same set of teams on that smash boundary. A really low score game for Ida, for S2G. In 3rd and 4th place. Leaves us just with 2 possibilities. But Regnum Kaya making the move in the next couple of minutes. The smoke trains are out. I'm thinking they're going to mount up here. Spray downs coming through. Black Esports have complete open season over towards that angle. How are they going to make this one work? This is so devastating.
Yeah, realistically, there's nowhere, honestly, to play for them. Vehicles aren't looking great on their side. They just have to create a smoke train forward. Most of these vehicles are missing a wheel, and they just have to push up. Immediately get Silas, gets sent out. Wild takes a ton of damage as well, and it's just one player that makes it.
And he's not even going to be able to get too much further. Toshpik falls, and we will not see a smash from Regnum Kaya. Technically, Ralph could still make it, but he's got a mad dash to make in turn. And on the north side, things are getting shut down for our smash teams, unfortunately. In the meantime, Papara Supermassive making their assault towards the top of the tables. As Kara goes down first. A big nade bursts as well, right on top of it as well. As Papara Supermassive, that's a death nade coming through from Kara.
Matt Caps finds Ralph, and now there will definitely not be any kind of smash ruling here, unfortunately, for both these teams. We'll see who's able to get over the top of it, but I don't think anyone was able to make that happen on this map, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think so, no. Doesn't seem to be the case. Papara Supermassive probably the closest, and Fireflux as well, potentially. Could have a big game here and jump back up into contention. I mean, they got 6 elims on side already. So could potentially be on to one, but they started on 87 blank. They started on 87 points, getting up into the top 4. I think S2G are on around 107, 108. So they'd need the rest of these elims pretty much, and the chicken dinner. But they could be in the top 4 if they get a big game now.
Black Esports look similarly with their 4 players. Siphon a huge amount of those points across. So remember, they're really far down on the leaderboards at the moment. Unfortunate for Regnum Kaya. The circle consistently moved away from them. There might have been a chance if it moved off towards that eastern side, but it encompassing these buildings for so long just really causes problems. Fireflux just have an awesome position to play around with here.
I mean, it was almost like it's a fortress designed to stop the smash rule from happening here. You see those walls, the tiered staging of the downhill slope towards the angle that Regnum Kaya needed to push from. There was nothing really to be done there. It was impossible. They could not make it happen. Black Esports yet to move. Fireflux needing a big game here, and they're looking to find it. They do have the complete center of this circle blank, and it will shut down towards them.
Zone 9 now. Still trying to thread that needle through little windowsill over on that building with a nade or a Molotov, and now Black Esports need to move, like you say, as did Papra Supermassive, and I think they'll be moving out directly into sightlines from Fireflux.
Ooh, Scarface goes
days.
down. Zeptimus nails that shot. A little shimmy out to the side. But the res is there. Ketch was on the rooftop as well, which allowed them to go for that peek, but it's go time. Nades over the top, and Black Esports looking to put the pressure onto both of these two teams, stopping them from getting across. Aussie leads the charge. They've been on the swivel today, and that is Kamikaze going down, being picked up by Black Esports as well, limits Fireflux's point scoring capabilities. Nades over the top, and still the danger is abound, and Aussie goes low but doesn't go down. Ketch is next to fall. Solus needs to hold the angle. Zeptimus does finally fall, but Lux is up into the wall. Aussie is next to go down, and maybe they've gone one step too far. Maybe they won't be able to find it, but Lux with the DBS looks for the flush. Can't connect. The crawl is good. Solus out wide, needs to hold his nerve, gets back inside the door. Matcap on high, Ketch calling out the position as Lux breaks wide, but can't find the angle. The door is shut in his face, and time is ticking away.
No meds at all, and Nate comes out and will finish off Lux here. It's all down to Cedric, who's hoping that this pushes them out of the building, but the nade goes long, does a lot of damage, and it'll be finished off by Matcap. But what a messy finish there from Fireflux.
But they get it done. And with that game blank, I think they may be in to the top 4 once more. We need to see a resurgence from them. We saw it, capability, in the first day of these finals, right? It came to match 4, and they came alive. Are they going to be able to repeat that here in the final day and jump back into the pedestal?
I don't think so, personally. I honestly, for the most of the wins that we've seen Fireflux get, it has just been very, very lucky, in my opinion, in terms of positioning. I think overall it's Miramar. They had a high ground approach there. They had a compound to play with. The circle centered up on them. Here again, the circle centers up on them. I think if you look back and look at most of those wins, it's a lot of circle look involved there. And even so, it doesn't fill me with confidence when you see Fireflux there almost lose that fight, which they were playing from a pretty unlosable location. So yeah, it'd be cool to see them be up towards that top 4, but after that, it doesn't fill me with confidence.
I mean, if everybody in the top 4 goes down, if the teams can't compete and there's a smash win in the next match, because of course we do still have 2 teams who can win it, Fireflux could be in with a qualification spot. At the very least, they are in there for a chance, right? And it will be pretty galling if S2G fall out, if Boars maybe don't make it, if Kara fall out as well, getting pushed to the side, Ida as well, at risk. There are a lot of teams that could get shunted aside. I feel like at this point, though, for the Falcons, for Regnum Kaya, they are going to start to feel a little bit safer in qualifying, right? It would be very, very strange to see them drop out at this point with 2 matches remaining. The leaps that would need to be made would be pretty spectacular. But, I mean, with the Smash rules, everything could change at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, it's not 2 or 3 teams that just keep clawing their way up the leaderboard, in which case Regnum Kari and Falcons have to keep pushing away and digging deep. It's just separate teams, just different teams each time continue to flip-flop on that 4th and 3rd place on the leaderboards. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But again, for Regnum Kari, they came close there, and I respected the playstyle they went for. Again, I feel like if they hadn't had to stop off over at that Wizard Tower early, and their vehicles weren't on their last legs with just so many wheels popped in that scenario, it could have been a lot better push. They might have even tried over towards Papra Supermassive's position, but it's difficult. Basically, you confirm over towards that side of the map, and you confirm over towards those 2 compounds that are available, and those teams are realistically winning off the back of that. So yeah, it's a tough one for Regnum Kaya. I appreciated the play though, and it looked good. It looked good up until a point.
I mean, they made the right calls, I think, at every turn, right? Like you said, the circle shifts went south and south, and they kind of had a tough time getting in and amongst the teams who were already there by virtue of having approached from different angles.
It was definitely
I don't think there was a mistake from Regnum Kaya.
Yeah, it was the Western shifts that really hurt them. I think they made... Yeah. Well, not even at the end. It was just like they headed over towards their initial spot, right? And then it was, I think, 3 or 4 Western shifts on the circle from there. where really stage 5 is where you kind of understanding where the circle's going to end, and then it's a case of we put ourselves in there. Now, how do we play that? It shifted west off of their compound next to the hilltops. It shifted west off of their wizard tower, and then it shifted west off again when they were playing behind the rock. So yeah, I don't think they play it badly. I think they got unlucky.
Let's take a look at these final moments with Fireflux having a little bit of a shaky engagement, but a couple more nades and finding Cedric out in the field makes it all the easier. Matcap with a nade over the top, pushes him out sideways, and the spray down to convert. MVP does go to Matcap with 9 elims and 982 damage.
He's putting an unbelievable amount of work in for the team. He's very much the Zed Wolf cut right now of Fireflux, I would say. Where there is a lot of work being put in by a singular player. And it's not to say the other players are bad on the team, but they're just not stepping up to the plate right now. Matcap is certainly that player for Fireflux, where he is honestly one of the big proponents of which keeping that team together a lot of times in those final moments. I mean, it looks so terrible from that high ground on the initial push. It's like, how are you dying there? But Matcap does at least tied the bow off on that chicken dinner right at the end. Most damage goes over to Zedwolf. No surprise there. Unbelievable player. I think no matter what happens, his reputation is absolutely intact after this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. He is absolutely a shining light in the roster for BWNRX. They have a massive amount to thank him for, I'm sure. Fireflux, the majority of the work actually being done by Matcap, as you said, doing a lot there. But credit to Scarface, that's 682 damage, 4 knockouts, no elims. That is an unsung hero, if ever I did see.
Yeah, Scarface. I mean, on the off angles, on the long range shots, he is really the player you want on side. And so he was keeping a lot of teams at bay by doing that. But at the end, though, he did slip up a little bit from that high ground, you got to admit. But still, Fireflux are able to finish out their game strong, and we'll see where that puts them on the totals.
We certainly will. As we take a look at the highlights, we'll be going over to the tables next. On that game, Fireflux able to earn a whole load of points towards the end there. It was, I believe, 11? So they got 21 on the game, something like that, which is going to put them very, very close to competing with the teams at the top 4. We'll have to wait and see just a moment longer. And as we said earlier in the game, there was a big point vacuum down towards the lower end of the tables, and that just increases this volatility that we're seeing around this 4th place bubble. We're seeing so many teams just on the doorstep, and big games happen more frequently towards the top of the tables, which means that single teams can catapult up or drop down very significantly based on how the teams around them are doing. It was really, really tricky stuff. We saw that little highlight there from Zedwolf, showing you just why he is talked about with such reverence and able to stand up one action with the pump action. We'll be able to take down our Valo there and draw the Falcons run closer and closer to its eventual end.
Yeah, Ralph basically just had to sit in the smoke and start spraying through. He didn't want to face him man to man in the end, and fair enough to him. I don't think I want to face that guy either. Regnum Kaya, they try for an angle behind Fireflux. It makes sense. It's something to go for, but you know, it was a very difficult push. And when you've got 3 separate teams all waiting for you to make that maneuver, yeah, you're 100% going down. See, Matcap actually did all of the work, in fact, towards those final moments, and they're able to get themselves 21 points. So like you say, that certainly does work in their favor. Kara coming out with 8 points on that game, as did BWNRX, despite everything going so poorly. So 7 elims that really counts. Falcons with the 6, and Regnum Kara, despite getting quite far into the game, only come away with that one with 3.
I mean, the big names here are Ida and S2G, right? With 1 point for Ida, with 2 points for S2G. They didn't cross that smash point boundary. And now with Kara being so close by on the tables, getting 8 points, they may have jumped up far enough. We'll have to wait and see. As well as the chicken dinner for Fireflux, there are now 4 teams vying for 2 spots on these overall tables, and it is not safe towards the top either. The Falcons still in first place with 120 points, but Fireflux are indeed winning that tiebreaker to get that 4th place spot.
with 3 chicken dinners. But they would have won it either way with the 49 placement points that they currently have. Pretty wild. They're coming through from Fireflux. Luckily, S2G's not too far behind, but Kara is breathing down their necks with 107. And look at that. Paparazzi Supermassive managed to make it onto the first page in 8th place. But yeah, for Regnum Kaya as well as Falcons, I'm pretty sure they're feeling quite secure in their positioning. They'll probably, at worst, drop down towards 4th. But they are the only 2 teams at the moment still with that possibility at a smash ruling.
From 11th downwards, counting out fully. K1, completely outside chance that they could make it. BWNRX do have a realistic possibility to jump up to around 110 points, right? If they're able to get a 15-point game. Not out of the question from what we've seen from them over the course of this tournament. Would be fairly unlikely, though, and they are at the bottom of the barrel to try and scrape their way through. But the fact that we're looking at the second page with 2 matches left in terms of possibilities for qualifying for 4th place is absolutely crazy. It is so closely fought, and as safe as Falcons and Regnum Kaya may feel, it's not locked in at this stage. It is absolutely up for grabs. They, too, could fall out as well.
Yeah, it still feels pretty secure for them, but there is that outside chance that they fall out from that top side of the lobby. Still 2 games to go, though, and for Regnum Kaya, they're looking to finish things out strong, as are the Falcons. Regnum Kaya, I think, in the past, haven't had too much trouble getting those chicken dinners, but for Falcons, it's a very different story where finishing out games is where they really do struggle. Those final moments of matches, I think that they're a consistent team, they're a good team, but yeah, closing things down, closing the show, they're not good at that. They're not good at that whatsoever. So for Smash Ruling, that does feel like a far and away prize for them.
But yeah, may well be. But if you can keep earning the points, you can get up to 2nd place, right? And you can be happy with that in terms of that qualification spot to PMWC, in terms of the opportunity to prove yourself on the world stage. It has been very interesting seeing how this Smash ruling boundary has impacted teams towards the top. It does feel like they may have let it get inside their head a little bit, because their point scoring today has been incredibly lackluster towards the top of the tables. And the teams at the bottom have not let it go.
Yeah, they've been eking it out. Slowly. It's like a little amount of work been done for the team, but yeah, not quite enough just yet. So many more squads on the table who have been really trying to push up towards the top side of the lobby. It is unfortunate. It's definitely unfortunate for some of our squads that have done so well through the league stage and the knockout stage, and now they are struggling to make it happen. But it also shows the caliber of teams we have inside this lobby, where you can't really count too many teams out. Yes, there are teams down towards the bottom, but even those teams haven't done too badly. I mean, we're looking at 60 to 70 points being down towards the bottom of our table. That's only 40 points off from the top, which is wild to me. It's very, very wild to me. I think those are the types of things you look at and you're like, wow, this really is like a great showing from PMSL EU.
Yeah, it's a very, very balanced lobby. And I think that it is a little bit in part to the top of the tables dropping the ball, but you're right, it is the bottom of the tables picking up the slack as well, which is a credit to them. They're not willing to go down without a fight. Even Bra, who were sort of doing pretty shakily at the start of today, have had their moments so far in these engagements. They're now out of Erangel as well, and we are going to be heading over to Miramar, which could further shake things up. And I'll be very interested to see how this one unfolds, because going into Miramar, again, we only have 2 of our teams in that Smash bracket who could make it work, the Falcons and Regnum Kaya. But there are so many more teams just around the corner as we take a look at head-to-head from today's games. Or this may be actually from more than today's games, because looking at that survival time, feels like it's from the finals here. From Papara Supermassive, we've got Azel and Scarface from Fireflux.
Yeah, again, for Azel, he was doing fairly good yesterday as well, and Scarface makes sense to show him off here with a very, very even scoreline at the moment for both these players. But yeah, I would say that Scarface is a pretty integral member of the team so far. Here's our top 4 gunslingers, with Aaron actually taking the lead on it. Crazy.
Very closely fought, though. Look at the drop-offs there, very minimal. Normally you see gaps of sort of 500 or so damage, but it's really not going to be the case here. I mean, even Lewis from Kara has stepped up there big time. Koa as well for the Falcons. Glad that they picked him up. Of course, that newer addition to the roster. They're very happy about that one. And easy for Bad Boy, making a big name for himself in this tournament. Second place on the Gunslinger tables, even with K1 playing on a middling position.
Yeah, again, for K1 struggling to make it happen. But overall, I think that they've done well. They've done well. I think that they had a very much a downturn in performance over in those knockout stages. But as you look forward towards the finals, it's crazy to me that they've been able to actually get back up towards that top side. I think K1's got a bright future ahead of them. Hope they continue playing together. A lot of names that you'll recognize from teams long past, but yeah, it's good to see him here. Very, very good to see him here.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that we will be looking for out in the future. The resurgence there. For K1, I think their run may be done here in the PMSL Europe in terms of getting a qualification spot. We are going to see teams start to fall by the wayside. In the meantime, before we get into our final two matches of the day, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it will be Miramar and another potential smash victory for Regnum Kaya and Falcons. Don't go anywhere.
De certains manques, je vais un peu schizophrène. Moi je cherche à vous transpercer. Je mets le feu dans vos yeux. Au clair de ma obstinée, entêtée, acharnée, je suis bornée. Vouloir y croire à chaque fois, mais perdu dans mon cauchemar. Je mets le feu dans vos yeux. Au clair de ma
Hello and welcome back to potentially the last match of the tournament here at the PMSL Europe Finals. Of course, we have two of our teams in that smash zone. Falcons, Regnum Kaya have an opportunity to end it on our first Miramar if they can find a chicken dinner. It doesn't matter what the points say. If they get that chicken dinner, they will win the tournament. They will be in that first place. Everyone else will have to suck it up.
That they will. I think that overall, when I'm looking at these teams, it's been a case where some of our squads towards that top side have really struggled to get the ball moving. We expected Regnum Kaya to get into the smash zone after match 1. That did not. That was not the case, and it's looking more and more likely like we're going to play out all 6 matches today, and we are not going to have a smash ruling at all happen. So we'll wait and see how that works out as we're going in towards our next game here over on Miramar. There are so many teams that could win on Miramar, but aren't in that smash zone just yet. So no matter what happens, it still is right now only the Falcons as well as Regnum Kaya. If they win here, they will take it all home. However, we go to the final match on match 6, and that chicken dinner really only matters to shoot yourself up into first place.
Yeah, it would be nice, of course, to be able to get there. The more teams that get past that smash boundary in this match, though, it does start to matter a little bit more, especially around that 4th place bubble, right? Because if you're in 6th place and all 6 of you are ahead of that bubble,
I don't think it matters.
I mean, it definitely does, right? Because you could win via smash from 6th place potentially.
No. Not really. I think that it doesn't matter because people are going to get past that smash ruling, and then whoever gets the chicken dinner on match 6 would have been in first place anyway.
On the points alone. Okay, no, that's kind of fair at this point. I think it'd still be cool
because it's so close. I think what you're saying is correct, but it would be correct in a different lobby. Not this one. Not where it's so close. It's just going to be a case we'll go to match 6, someone's going to win, and be like, oh, they got 20 points, therefore they're in first place now. So the smash ruling, it'd be cool if they have smashed. But did they really smash?
It's sort of like a tap
smash
with a toffee hammer rather than a full smash with the sledgehammer.
Smash. Semi-smashed. Semi-smashed at the end of the day.
Just like good baked potatoes. There you go.
No.
Semi-smashed. There you go. You got to duff them up a bit. You get the really crispy texture on the outside. It's good.
It's good. It's good. We won't. I like. I like my. Oh, you said baked potatoes. I thought you said mashed potatoes. Like no, full mashed.
I did actually mean roast potatoes though, so we both were a little bit wrong on that one. But yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
Duff up my roasties.
We're just waiting for match 5 to start. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with you as soon as this game gets underway. See you there.
All right, we have received word that Miramar is ready to get underway. No more waiting around for this time. And let's see if we can get a smash victory here for the Falcons, for Regnum Kaya, the two teams in the smash zone. Let's take to the skies over the desert for the first time today as we get into our final two matches of the PMSL Europe.
It's the last real chance at a smash ruling here over at PMSL EU. On the road to the Esports World Cup, we're heading over from the western side, getting Falcons out nice and early over towards El Pozo, which is nice for them because over the past few Miramars, it's been very difficult for the Falcons to get over towards El Pozo early, heading down towards Puerto Paraíso. So a lot of this northeast side of the map is cut out here, John.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to get up towards El Azahar, Torre Hamada. Let's see where the circle takes us as well, because Miramar can get a little bit spicy with these early circles as well. Because it is so big, it can be quite a long way to be able to get to this first circle. It really does force a lot of early rotations from some teams, depending on where it falls. Or it might just be slap bang in the middle and keep everyone not necessarily happy, but certainly close enough to have a chance in. Falcons touch ground, and they will be on El Pozo uncontested.
Heading out over towards Ricardo. Nice central start from them. We'll wait for this next circle to come through as well. See where we're going to line things up going forward. Towards El Azahar, so a northeastern shift on the circle. We've had a few of these today where playing path is not very favourable over towards the circle itself. Now, Regnum Kaya is going to head over towards Ricardo to get looted up. They're not thinking about moving too early, but they did get quite a few vehicles on side at least early on. So Ida there, when we were taking out the stage shots, all huddled, ready to push as far as possible.
You can see there the tables on the right-hand side. We have so many teams on the verge of crossing that smash point boundary, right? From 3rd down to 6th, all of them within minimal performance of getting past that smash point boundary. Obviously, 2 of our teams who can already do it. On 107 in 6th place, the points differences are marginal, and Fireflux are only in 4th because of that chicken dinner tiebreaker with S2G.
Yeah, for S2G, this is actually a very important game for them because this could end, right? This could end. It's the last real chance for it to end early. So for S2G, they know they need to put points upon this match. Fireflux needs to go down, and historically Fireflux have done quite well on Miramar, at least in this finals. We'll see if that uptick in performance is consistent with these last 2 matches.
Little tumble in the party bus, easily solved. Farsight trying to move on in as well. Everybody having to do so. Everybody having to move to that northeast side of the circle. The question is, when do you go for those rotations, right? Over the north side, you've got access through La Copraria. No one really taking up position around Crater Field, so teams like Foot, potentially Falcons, and maybe even Ida could try and take that path, swing in past Torre Hamada, in towards the north side of this next circle. Upper Supermassive getting on with the ridges on Miramar. We'll be moving in from near Los Leones and sending up past La Bendita.
Yeah, quite a few teams looking to head on out nice and early. Foot over towards the ruins, by the way. Pretty tough break for them. But at least they have the nice central path over La Cobraria over towards that way. But yeah, this La Bendita crossing, not always fun, not always easy. A lot of teams already far ahead from Falcons, from Regnum Kaya. But S2G starting in Painan, I mean, it's a good spot to play from. Not Painan, San Martin. Goodness me.
It's all blurring into one. Plenty of PUBG Mobile action.
I got Painan and San mixed up.
They do rhyme, so that makes sense.
Paisan. Martin.
Paisan, Martin. Heading on into Miramok, Sanamar. What are we feeling? I'm not sure. I like Mirror Mock.
Mirror Mock's good. Yeah. I'm a Mirror Mock enjoyer.
Fantastic. We saw BWNRX there moving on a rotate from Baía de Mar on the south coast. They'll be trying to move through. They have the furthest of any team to get in towards this next circle. Team starting to get towards the middle here. Making their way up towards El Azahar and the areas that surround it on the northeast side. S2G, they were playing from not Painan, it's San Martin, as they head on through a little bit closer towards the middle of this circle, potentially quite close to Kara.
Yeah, Kara in contention. Only 1 point behind, but still definitely in contention with S2G and Fireflux. As well as Ida, 110. Context as well, Regnum Kaya over the last 4 matches, they've only been able to earn, how many points is that? 13? Pretty rough.
Regnum Kaya.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not been great as a day for them. They've very much struggled so far. And that's what I was talking about. I feel like it does weigh on the mind. Just playing this small ball approach to PUBG Mobile, and potentially they let it get in their heads, affect their mentality a bit. Oh, we're so close to the smash zone, we just need small point games. And when you're playing for small point games, you make small point plays. And that may have had an impact on them.
There's a lot of room for error there. Or instead of playing a little bit more bombastic, that passive playstyle really doesn't benefit them all that much. Kind of the opposite of Boars, really. You are too bombastic.
Over bombastic.
Absolutely.
They have suffered today, the Boars, on 101 points. They've not really moved too much. Their record has been shoddy over the games on Sandhawk, on Erangel as well. They are still very much in with a chance, though, Blank. I mean, you could see how close they are on the tables. A big game, any game, would see them up past that smash point boundary as well. They're within reach of it. So are BWNRX in 9th place. We're going over the first page of teams to see the teams that have a potential to jump up for a qualification spot. It is so down to the wire here. It's so up for grabs.
Fast light up against TTQ. Symphony takes a bit of a shot and nobody decides it's nothing to do with that. And will back off from the angle as the nade gets tossed his way. Almost 8 minutes into the match right now, waiting for zone 2. Right.
We need 3 elim points, or whatever distribution of elims and placements, 3 points, however they come, would see them over that smash point boundary. And they'll feel a little bit safer as well. They can get up, especially above Regnum Kaya, potentially.
Yeah, in my opinion, like I said, I don't think the smash point really matters anymore. I think for, other than Regnum Kaya and Falcons, of course, but I think for other teams, it doesn't matter about getting above the smash point boundary. What matters is getting far into these games and getting a lot of points off them. You'll pass it anyway, but I just don't think it will have that much impact going into the final games. The teams that are fighting for a smash point, they're going to see themselves very close to one another when it comes to first, second, third, and fourth.
Yeah.
So yeah, the smash zone really only counts today for just 2 teams, just the 2 teams, which is wild.
Look at this circle, though. I mean, this is a hard shift out to the east side. It goes almost to the coast. That massive slope down towards the water as well. A deadly trap for anyone who finds themselves there. Will definitely need to be trying to look to get out of that position. I mean, the Boars managed to do so fairly quickly, and I feel like the Boars are in a pretty solid position. I'm looking at the Falcons and their approach to the north side as well. The Boars now in contest with Thundertalk for a hilltop position that could be really important for this coming circle.
Turca gets caught and is going to take some shots, not before. He gets backed off the angle slightly as Nico steps up with a shotgun. Just constantly confusing, confounding the Boars. Nico does take a tag and Striker will get out. You're right, the Boars do have a pretty strong spot here. It's a large area, though, you have to hold. And it will invite neighbors. Regnum Carrier were similarly on a eastern approach in the first place to this circle, so they're not doing too bad for themselves either.
A lot of this circle is pretty unplayable out to the east side of it. So for Boars, they kind of have that angle a bit covered off. The hill that they were challenging on is a major threat to them, so whoever has control of that will have a bit of dominance over that position. Falcons fighting in from the north side. They've been pushing in for a while. Foot trying to crash in past them, but there's Barsai as well, looking to try and stop them from moving any further forwards. Foot are starting to collapse. Barsai further in towards the circle, and the Falcons just behind them on the queue on the north side.
Falcons do want to get involved on this as well, John. This would be a very, very good place to open up some space on the map. And you're absolutely right. There is a huge chunk of this circle which is unplayable due to it being the mountain range, which is unscalable. But also down towards the southeast side, you've got the fielded coastal area that has a couple of compounds both on the southwest and the northeast. But other than that, it's just open ground. It's not a fun place to play. I don't think anyone want to head down there. You do have this situation where I would say around 30% of the circle is unplayable.
It's really rough going. Ida have managed to sneak in on that East Road approach and actually set in a pretty decent position, taking shots over towards S2G as well. In 5th place, S2G's run could, of course, be cut short on this match. And Ida wanting to surpass that boundary. Circle goes back to a little bit of sanity here, but it keeps the entirety of El Azahar in. The hills to the east of El Azahar, control over them, a massive priority. But Ida, in their position blank, have such a good spot.
Yeah, it's a nice place to play. I think for S2G, similarly, also a really good spot on the map to work with. Regnum Carrier wants to peel themselves away from this position. There is a side swipe angle towards the northeast there that you can see. Regnum Carrier, right now, I think Boars is playing a little bit of a weird position where they're holding a 2-2 inside of that town. I said it was unscalable. Obviously, you can get a little bit up there. Don't particularly want to be up there till late game, though.
Those eagle perches up there. It's a bit of a risk, and he will have to move off of that angle. Hopefully, he's got a vehicle to drop down. Otherwise, he's done for. But he can also trap Regnum Carrier in there. And for K1, they might want to do that.
It's definitely a spoiler position, right, for K1, I would say. 10th place, 83 points. They could have a ginormous game. Funny to say that about 10th, but it is unlikely.
Imagine if Ida had had 3 more points in that last match. Right now, everybody would be quaking in their boots that they would be able to find a chicken dinner here, because I think that they do have the best spot here. I think Falcons may be the only team that could actually challenge them for it.
Well, it is Zone 3, and I think you do have to put that in context. It is Zone 3. We are not at all confirmed on where this circle's going. It's a strong central position, yes, and they can play from it. But this easily could head down towards the south. Also, serious problems for them. Black, though, will take a knock. But Foot similarly are not in the best of shape at the moment. Taking quite a bit of a battering. Enzo goes down. That's a Zeptimus from across the way. Now Yekta out in the open. A nade over the top, and that should be game over for him.
You've also got Varsai over the ridgeline, who could potentially poke their noses in, but they've got bigger fish to fry. A knock sent their way. He's still taking shots, though, and Lux will fall. Just Zeptimus now for Black Esports, trying his best to get across the open valley here, leaving the rest of his team. They will be sacrificed to try and survive a moment longer. Varsai moving on in to pick up the points here. But again, this is a fight at the bottom of the tables, and none of these points are going to the teams towards the top.
Yeah, we are starting to get silly business, right? It has to be said that there is just an unbelievable amount of fighting, an unbelievable amount of aggressive plays. We went from yesterday having 16 teams, a huge amount of players remaining heavily in contest of one another until far into the 20 minutes.
Oh, go on then. 3 players rock up and Foot immediately rebuff all 3 of them. Barsai had 4 players. All of a sudden, they're just down to Nihat. There's 1 player left on Black Esports. They are just dismantling one another here.
Yeah, it's just mutually assured destruction, isn't it, really? Fenerbahce have lost one player. They look over towards Azel and don't take shots. Curious they wait that long. Simple Domak happy to allow Papara Supermassive up slightly. They are now in stage 4. The circle did move. Yet to see where it went to, though, sadly.
I think it keeps Ida in. It goes to the northeast side of El Zahar. You can see just the edge of it on this next zone. We'll start to shut on through. Falcons actually chiming into the fight up on the north side, taking down the remnants of Foot. Looking for more engagements as well. We'll see how much more they can do. BWNRX taking down Black Esports as well. Nihat the last to stand, and Falcons slowly moving in. Have actually, because of that fight on the north side, they didn't have to do too much, but there is now no competition for their rotation. Redox with the fadeaway, leaving out bar side. And now they can slam it into the north side of the circle. The question is, where do they go? Without any competition on the north, they kind of have free range on this approach.
They do. They absolutely do. And I think for Falcons, looking fairly nice here. And they put out slow. Slonic finding Silas. Kaya's players are struggling. Kivik will final one plays on base down. Wild. This is such spoiler plays coming through from K1.
That's actually crazy. That is insane that he's committed to staying up there, right? I mean, it's into stage 4. He should be able to get down and actually might be able to regroup to the rest of his team from here. But you're right, it's absolutely insane that they have locked this team in here. And it's Regnum Kaya of all teams, one of the important teams when it comes to the Smash Zone. Now with just one player trapped out in the blue zone, K1 have ruined their chances of a Smash.
It's a frustrating experience. I think K1 play it out very well in their setup down towards the southeast side. It's very frustrating for Regnum Kaya, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Though again, I think both teams could have got themselves out from that location if they just left sooner. K1 hadn't upheld there because now K1's coming in really late to the circle. It's definitely one of the situations where both teams could have benefited, but K1 is so certain on ruining the day of Regnum.
Okay. He wants to try and take that fight behind the tree. Will give the game away, though, and Kvik now knows. Exactly. No, he doesn't. Okay, Loxy. A little bit of retribution may be found there, but the rest of K1 are just over the ridgeline. They'll roll up to it, and Loxy should be done for. Regnum Kaya all out of gas now. Eliminated. 117 points, but that 1 point could make a big difference, Blank.
Could do. It could be the difference maker between them dropping out, honestly, because there could be a lot of big jump-ups here. Zelfani Fenerbahce. Fireflux ladders up over towards 3rd place off the back of that one. S2G still in a very, very strong spot, but it is the Falcons playing slow and steady over on this eastern side.
And Ida as well, who have that compound, right? That control that they have over towards S2G. Nice to see. They've got that outpost on the far side of the road. A push coming on through, and another team gets eliminated. It's Fenerbahce once more. Fireflux now 2 points away from that smash point. I mean, you said it wasn't super relevant, but it's still nicer to be over than to be under, as they pick up more and more knocks. They're looking to try and cross it here and now.
Yeah, Fireflux not looking too bad. I mean, for Miramar in general, they're a team that does fairly damn well on this kind of a map. Papa Supermassive over the way. Matt Cap looking to send a nade through. Kamikaze is left behind as a sacrifice to Matt Cap himself, and Cause will find Tron, will knock him out, and Papa Supermassive is struggling to leave. But what does that mean for Fireflux now, as they'll have to go up against the Boars next?
They wanted one more point from that fight, but they won't be allowed it. The Boars able to snaffle all of those away. But the placements will kick in soon as well. Teams are going to start to fall to try and crunch on in. It's a difficult approach. BWNRX, you can see them mounting up on the hillside. That is not in this circle. They will have to push further forwards, but they're trying to get some scouting information with a minute and a half or so that they have left on this position. The more info they have, the better they can decide where they want to go. S2G also in that central area. Looking to try and hold this one out as BWNRX break and move forwards.
S2G in a nice spot alongside with Ida. Both of them just been locking gazes with one another that entire time. Sonic will find Turca inside the building. No one really near him to help, and they will have to send a player across there. They want to pick him back up, and it's looking very unlikely. It's a split I didn't really enjoy in the beginning of the game, and I still don't enjoy it now.
This position on the northwest is really quite tenuous. K1, with 2 players alive, they're still doing the lobby dirty, Blank. Playing complete spoiler to Regnum Kaya, taking down a player from the Boars. As a duo, they still have a little bit more to play. Ida on the northern side. But where are the Falcons, Blank?
See them there just off in the distance on the northern side, playing along the ridge line.
Is Ralph's upside down, Gover's trying to mount them. Come on.
Yeah.
You can't be doing that.
Not how I would have described it. He's trying to push the vehicle over, sure. Reorientate it.
Fine. Let's go with that.
Yeah, currently Falcons are out in the open, but they're the team closest to trying getting this chicken dinner done. They're the only team that can do it, finish the game here. Unfortunately, we've gone under the map.
Oh dear. Can't be having that.
Yeah. Can't be having
Goodness
that.
me. Okay, we're back to us. I hope that the game still exists.
So do I.
Because that would be absolutely nuts.
Yeah, goodness me. Well, so far, the game was pretty cool. I've enjoyed it. I want to know where Falcons currently are on the map. And how they're doing. But when we get back, I think the game is still going, though.
I hope
still
so.
Going?
I'm not sure. It would be crazy. It would be insane if that game, for some reason, was wiped out. Regnum Kai would still be alive. Falcons may be at a better... I mean, that's insane. Okay, we've had word. We've had word as to what happened there. It's not... The game, I believe, is still going. But the observing machines have lost power, which means that we are no longer able to see what's going on.
Yeah, they've died. They've died a death.
Right. So what happens now? Hopefully, if the game is still valid, which it should be, we hopefully can get back in to see it once we restore power to the observing machines, right? If we can't, imagine we're just waiting here for the tables.
We're in Among Us now.
Oh my god!
Let's restore power to the observing machines. It does feel like almost like a quest that you've given us.
This is crazy, right? Do we have any cameras on the players? Can we?
Or just have a look?
Can we over the shoulder any of our players right now? Is that possible?
Or some backseat gaming going on. That would be good. I'd enjoy that.
I mean, if it has to happen, it has to happen, right? I'm sure everyone is doing their utmost to get us our feedback. But
it was quite deep into that game though, so it depends how quickly we can get back online with it, really. But I am being told we're going to be back very shortly, very soon, and we'll be back on board with our players. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see exactly what happened, what went on, but we'll attempt to piece it all together live on the job.
So as it cut out, I believe we were around. We were sort of centered around Ida being in a central location, S2G being across the road, the Falcons trying to make their push as well, but plenty of things could go wrong. I believe we got about 5 minutes of to wait, but I feel like the map could end in 5 minutes. Oh, no, hang on a minute. We're back now. We've got our feedback live and hopefully stable here. Let's take a look at what's happened so far. It looks like all our important pieces are still in place, but Falcons now closer than ever. They have got a mad dash to make.
Ooh, massive there. There's only 2 players in position. S2G still going as well, which is one of the important things.
Fireflux are over the smash barrier. That's what's happened.
Yes, well done. Yeah, they're up to 113. With 5 eliminations as well, they're doing fairly well here. Most teams are out on the outer edges of this circle because it's very difficult to play towards the center, and Papa Supermassive currently having a great time because of it. Here's Kara getting lit up by IDA, and Kara will be eliminated. S2G have also lost a player in the process, as Zedwolf will put down 1 over on Icy.
Balls are going low, and crucially, Kara going down in 5th place, Blank. You can see that they will not be able to jump up towards 4th on the end of this one if Falcons take the chicken dinner. With Papa Supermassive going down, that central void may be left.
Indeed. I'm not entirely sure while we're watching on the stage screen.
Looks good.
Back. It looked good. We're back on board with things.
A little bit of Turkish overlay there as well. Cheeky.
I like that.
The Falcons have moved down. Blank, they've rotated down to the south side here. They've moved on to a really important position. The position that Papa Supermassive left.
Taking up balls as well at the same time. Hamzy G up to bat against BWNRX.
The nade up from Kelsey. Nade over the top. This is really bad news. They need to be in there, but they can't go any further. 5th place, not able to leapfrog either. And now with 3 teams with 4 players alive, they're all over the smash barrier, but Blank, only Falcons can win it on this match.
Only the Falcons. Fireflux on 11 eliminations. Absolutely crazy on this one. Some lovely music in the background as well. We've got going on.
Well, we've got our feedback, and that's what matters. Falcons. They've taken a knock on the south side. They're 2 players from different teams in the same vehicle there. What's going on? Someone sort that out. Fireflux and Thundertalk both trying to drive the same vehicle. Nico going wild. What's going on there? Falcons on 3 players. Playing from the south side, though. They have managed to get this res. They have 4 players alive, and Ida are out of the zone. Blank, this could be it.
This could be it right now on this game. S2G may not make it through to EWC off the back of this, and we might lock things in with Ida, Regnumkaya, Fireflux, and the Falcons. It's all up to Ida to stop them.
It doesn't matter how many points the Fireflux team get on this match, but it could be all over, all done and dusted. It is up to the 4 men on the south side. Falcons looking for the chicken dinner. They've got the hillside. They've got the forward position. Ida looking to challenge. You got BWNRX as well with 2 on the western flank. Another team goes down and 1 step closer to a smash victory for the Falcons. They've got control here, Blank. It's looking good. Ida looking to move. Can they make the crossing in towards the rest of the roster? They do not take a knock. Finally, Aaron goes down and the Falcons desperately peppering them. It's BWNRX and 3 teams are standing. 2 players from BWNRX, Ida on all 4, and the Falcons desperately lighten them up, but they just can't connect.
There's one, though, over towards Aaron. The re-knock from Ralph. A good side angle coming through from him. Looking for a little bit more. A nade tossed off into the distance. The Void accepts that one. Forcing them up against BWNRX. But you're right, low ammo. Near to nothing here.
Oh, and they find Koa. They just need to play the central position. They don't need to get involved. They can wait. They can allow BWNRX to take this scrap. Koa should be resible, but in they go. Ida are in. Aaron down once more. The re-knock for the 3rd time. As up into the fight. Darkin falls next. Falcons are looking to win it all. Win it here on a smash ruling, but a 2nd knock sent their way. BWNRX from the top of the mountain. They could change it all.
Zone 9, we're starting to cut things in. Falcons have lost 2. Nades are flying over the top. They're looking to get their players back on board, but you're right, BWNRX from the backlines could change it all. They're taking shots over towards IDA. Emre's down, as well as Aaron being cut out.
It's all up to Rita. There's plenty of ammo for Koa. They can redistribute that. Hopefully, they've got enough. Ralph thinks he's got it with 39 in the mag, 5 on the shotgun. The nade over to Rita. 2 players on high. The Falcons are back to 4 players. They could cut it all here. Ida go down. And now in a 2 versus 4, Falcons could win it all. Falcons looking to smash over the top. It's just frozen. And the Falcons mount a victorious assault. They win on a smash ruling in match number 5. Falcons smash!
It was so close, down to the wire. We didn't think it'd be match 5, but so it is. The Falcons rising from what has been a tumultuous journey throughout this tournament, but the finish line is crossed and they spread their wings, heading over towards EWC and bagging themselves the 35 grand.
And with that match, it's S2G eliminated, Blank. They don't make it. They are down in 5th place. Ida take that glory. They will be seen there as well. But for the Falcons, what a way to close down this tournament. This is a team who has been through the ringer to be the champions of the region coming through this one. They have felt pain. They have felt hardship. And this is a deserving victory for Ralph, for Redox, for Narvalo, for Koa as well. What a way to close down the day.
Just a brilliant performance from them. So funny to me. It's all day, all of this tournament, in fact, Falcons have struggled to get a chicken dinner. Those final motes of the matches are their kryptonite. And when it mattered most, when it counted most, they've not only restored power to our arena, they've restored the power to the Falcons right up at the top there in 1st place. It's an incredible way to win it, not only getting the smash ruling, but being in 1st place anyway, regardless of what happened at the end of that match. They certainly deserved it. It has been a good uptick. It's sad to see Snowix not repping the roster and Koa coming in, but it's undeniable how much impact Koa has had for this team. Added extra firepower, great grenades. Some of them, he grenaded himself, but in the end, it's the grenades that he sends over the top that seals the deal.
Fantastic stuff. What an exciting match to close it down on. You can see Coach Pecco there as well, reining in his players, but Redox, I mean, he's on a tear. Beautiful stuff coming through for the roster. Shake it off, man. You deserve it. What a shutdown. That final rotate down to the south, taking down the Papara Supermassive area. They deserve that chicken dinner, and I do think that they might have deserved this 1st place as well. Goodness me, that is absolutely insane scenes. But there are 4 teams going over to PMWC as well, Blank, not just the Falcons. I think it was Regnum Kaya who do make it. They do get one of those 4 spots who are going to make it with them. Fireflux as well. What a climb back from them today. They did it again. They did it day 1. I didn't have faith in them, but they did it in day 3 as well. And I think the final member was Ida coming on through,
it was,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was Ida at the end of the day. And I mean, for Ida, what a wonderful run from them. We've been speaking their praises all the time. You know, even in PUBG Mobile Super League over at EMEL Fall 2024, Aaron was the rising star and he was awarded that accolade. And again, it certainly does feel that way. And he has risen all the way to the top here, being able to find himself in a position now going towards the EWC alongside Darkin, who he played with over on Zeus. Add in some extras with Rita and Emre, and you have yourself an amazing squad who have pushed and pushed and pushed. At the beginning of that game, you know, it's almost poetic with them all huddling together and going for a victory chant, and victory is certainly what they will be celebrating here today, heading over towards that EWC as well as grabbing themselves plenty of cash on board. Fireflux, now, don't disappoint me going over to the EWC. That's all I ask. That's all I ask, because, you know, it looked a lot better. And I think that you're very lucky that you've got Matt Cap on board. But we cannot see that similar kind of performance we've seen throughout the last year. We need more of this. More of this.
Absolutely. Is it maybe time for Fireflux Sarah? Maybe. Could be seeing.
Maybe. Could be.
Let's head to the stage to deliver our championship moment.
To determine exactly how things were going to go down now. It's time to start presenting our awards to those who came in as runners-up as well as the champions as well. So first up, we're going to be meeting our 3rd place team. Would you please, I'll let you share that with the audience first in Turkish.
Öncelikle harika bir 3 gün geçirdik. O yüzden hepinize burada olduğunuz için teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi ödül törenine geçeceğiz. Öncelikle 3. sıradaki ekibi çağırıyoruz.
İDA Esports. Congratulations, here they come, making their way. GG's, lads, GG's. Good job, good job, good job. Good job. Here we go. If you come here as well and place yourselves there. To present the winning prize for our third place team, we're going to welcome to the stage the president of the Turkish Esports Federation.
İda Esports'a çeklerini takdim etmek üzere, ödüllerini takdim etmek üzere Türkiye Spor Federasyon Başkanı Sayın Alper Afşin Özdemir'i alkışlarla sahneye davet ediyorum.
Welcome in, welcome in. Congratulations again. Well done, Ida, in third place here. And I believe we have a prize that'll be coming your way as well here to present. We're waiting the giant, well, that is a giant check. That is a big one. But congratulations. We'll have you guys hold this just in front of the trophy for us. That's it, perfect. Come together. Lovely.
Bir kez daha alkışlar. 3. sırada tamamlayan turnuvayı İda Esports için.
Congratulations. Well done. Well done. Thank you. You could take that away. Who's going to keep it? We don't know. There you go. That's back there. Thank you so much. Okay. Lovely. Thank you very much. Okay. That was our third place team. It is time to meet the runners-up, our second place team of our competition, Billy.
Şimdi sırada ikinci olan takım var.
Fireflux Esports. And again, the president of the Turkish Esports Federation will present a award-winning check to you folks. We'll put this in front of the trophy once again, and we'll get you guys to pose for a lovely snap.
Bir kez daha ödülleri TESFED Başkanı Sayın Alper Bey takdim etti. A big round of applause again.
One more time, yeah. Let's give it up. Fireflux Esports.
Bir alkış alalım onlara.
You go to the back here. Thank you very much. Now it is time to welcome to the stage your champions. Let's please welcome the 2025 PMSL EU Spring Final Champions. It's, well, you go first.
Şimdi şampiyonu çağırma zamanı. 2025 PMSL Avrupa Bahar Finali. Şampiyonu
Team Falcons! Come on through here, chaps. The response. Come and spread yourselves out. Congratulations. Congratulations here. Okay. Now it is time as well to celebrate this remarkable glory. Let's present these magnificent jackets that are coming onto the stage in just a second's time, prepared by today's proud event sponsor, Infinix, to our champion players, the exclusive GT Champion set. It's more than just merchandise, it's a badge of honor and a mark of greatness, legacy, and initiation to the GT-verse, a realm reserved for the true elite. We'll have our four kind of winners come forward to the front here for us.
Şimdi zaferi kutlayacağız. Bugünün gururlu etkinlik sponsoru Infinix tarafından şampiyon oyuncular için özenle hazırlanan bu muhteşem ceketleri görüyorsunuz şu an üstlerinde. GT şampiyon ceket seti. Bu sadece bir ceket değil, bir onur nişanı, büyüklüğün, mirasın ve GT-verse'e kabulün simgesi. Yalnızca gerçek elitlere ayrılmış bir evrende yerlerini alıyorlar şu an.
Now we're also as well here. The exclusive GT rings are being presented to our winners as well. A tribute to the brotherhood that battled through every challenge.
Hemen arkasında da Infinix'ten GT AI yüzükleri geldi. Kardeşliğe bir saygı duruşu niteliğinde.
Let's hold the rings together. That's it, fellas. Come inside there.
Yüzüklerle birlikte pozumuzu da aldık.
Excellent work. Now, it is the big moment we've all been waiting for here. And we're going to ask the president to congratulate the gentlemen here on their victory for us. As we present to you the 2025 PMSL EU Spring Champions.
Şimdi şampiyonların kupalarını kaldırma zamanı geldi. Bir kez daha TESFED Başkanımız Alper Afşin Özdemir kupayı takdim edecek. Tebriklerini iletiyor şu an.
One more time, would you please give it up for your 2025 PMSL EU Spring Champions, Team Falcons! We'll ask you, do you want to come to the front as well? Come to the front with the trophy as well. Team Falcons, come and stand here for us at the front. There we go, come and stand at the front for us. Okay, we'll get one picture of you guys with your trophy. Let the team hold the trophy. There it is. There they are. Team Falcons. Congratulations, fellas. You're champions. And when you're ready, please make your way to the back of the stage. Congratulations. You can go to the back of the stage. Thank you. Thank you. All right, you're champions there. You can take the trophy with you as well. Don't forget this. Don't forget this, Team Falcons. Hey, you forgot the trophy. You forgot the trophy. There we go. Okay. Okay, on that note, we're not done with yet though. We're not done with yet. We are also to present our MVP as well of our competition. True victory goes beyond numbers. It lives in the passion and drive of a teammate who pushes the whole squad forward. This season, Infinix is honoring a standout player in a league of their own with the FMVP award, presenting the one-of-a-kind MVP trophy crafted exclusively for the top-performing player of 2025's PMSL EU Spring.
Gerçek zafer sadece sayılarda değil, tüm takımı ileriye taşıyan bir takım arkadaşının tutkusu ve azminde yaşar. Bu sezon Infinix kendi liginde fark yaratan bir oyuncuyu finalleri MVP'si, en değerli oyuncusu ödülüyle onurlandıracak. Karşınızda 2025 PMSL Avrupa Bahar sezonu.
Your MVP from
en
Team
Falcons.
Falcons.
Oyuncu.
Huh?
MVP.
MVP.
From
Team Falcons.
Team Falcons.
It's Koa! Congratulations, dude. Well done, well done. Come this way.
Kendisine ödülünü bir kez daha TESFED Başkanımız Alper Bey
your Infinix
takdim edecek.
There he is. Koa is your MVP. If you hold, that's it. There you go. You can make your way, shake the president a handshake, and there we go. You can make your way to the back of the arena as well. Congratulations, Koa, your MVP. One more time. Hold the phone out for us. You stand there for us. Trophy. There we go. There he
Bir kez
is.
daha alkışlar Koa için.
Okay, thank you very much, Koa. You can go to the back. Again, thank you very much. Okay.
Alper Bey'e de çok teşekkür ediyoruz ödülleri dağıttığınız için. Efendim bir sonraki etkinlikte tekrar
Thank you so
görüşmek
much.
üzere.
Take care. Thank you. We say goodbye to the president of the Turkish Esports Federation. But do not forget as well, folks, it's not just about today, it's about the extension of this, which is those 4 qualifying spots as well for the Esports World Cup this summer. We're going to start welcoming them out one by one, each of our teams. Are you ready for this, Billy?
Yeah, I'm ready. Şimdi Dünya Kupası'na, Espor Dünya Kupası'na gidecek. İlk 4 sırada finalleri tamamlayan takımları tek tek sahneye çağıracağız.
Okay. In 4th position and qualifying for the Esports World Cup, would you please give it up?
4. sırada Dünya Kupası'na gidecek takım
Regnum Karya Esports! And next up, it's time for our 3rd team to also qualify for this summer's EWC.
3. takım şimdi sıradaki
IDA Esports! Okay, here we go. Next up, your second place team. Would you please put your hands together?
İkinci sıradaki takım için alkışlarınızı istiyoruz.
Fireflux Esports! And one more time, we welcome back to the stage your 2025 PMSL EU Spring Champions.
Şimdi bir kez daha sahneye davet ediyoruz. 2025 PMSL Avrupa Bahar finalleri şampiyonu
Team Falcons! If you raise your t-shirts in the air, please, fellas, you are all qualified. Raise your t-shirts in the air. The EWC qualifiers for this summer's PUBG Mobile Championships. Oh, he's doing it all. He's doing it all.
Bir kez daha alkışlar. Finalleri ilk 4 sırada tamamlayan Dünya Kupası'na gidecek takımlar için gelsin.
Well, there we have it. These are your qualifying teams for this summer's EWC. It has been a mammoth of a weekend, and we are finally there. A few things to say. First and foremost, our sponsors, a massive thanks to Infinix, to the Esports World Cup, to Paycell, X-Vega, Etopia, and of course Kelme as well.
Sizlere veda etmeden önce sponsorlarımıza bir kez daha teşekkür etmek istiyoruz. Sponsorlarımız Infinix, Esports World Cup, Paycell, X-Vega, Etopia ve Kelme.
We want to say a huge thank you as well to all of the production teams put this together here, for all you guys, all the players here as well, of course, all of you watching here at home, this amazing audience as well. You've been absolutely incredible all weekend long as well. And of course our qualifiers and our champions. It's been simply amazing.
Bu prodüksiyonda emeği geçen sahne arkasında, sahne önünde herkese tekrar teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Siz muhteşem seyirciye, bu salonu dolduran herkese bir kez daha tek tek teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Evlerinde izleyenler, sizlere de teşekkür ediyorum. Oyuncular, ekip, sahne, her şey harikaydı. Bir sonraki turnuvada, bir sonraki etkinliğimizde görüşmek üzere. And we say
goodbye. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for watching. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye for now. Goodbye.
Oh, goodness me. We're not going just yet. We've still got a little bit more to talk about. And I think the most important thing that I want to talk about right at the start here, Blank, is the fact that Regnum Kaya qualified in 4th place. Now, as we've been highlighting throughout the entirety of this tournament, Regnum Kaya earned that 4th place for winning PMGO. So their winning PMGO has directly contributed to their qualification here into the PMWC.
Which is crazy. It's something we didn't actually talk about on the stage either. I'm so sad that we didn't get to really cover that because it is a massive, massive storyline for Regnum Kaya being able to create that opening. And it is funny because we were memeing on it literally the other day. It was a case of what if they qualify in 4th place, which is fantastic. But it's been an awesome tournament, John. I've really enjoyed it so far. I hope you have as well at home. Thank you for being here with us right to the end. And congratulating all our winners with us here, all those players heading over to EWC and those earning the 35 grand at the top. It was Team Falcons.
Fantastic stuff from Team
though it's like the last few games, no early fight. Because normally, right, and this a normal case, like in the last few games, if it's like your second last game or your last game, you would just like go ballistic and just fight or just crash into whoever that you feel like. But interesting enough, nobody's really doing that. So everyone's still playing this very disciplinedly.
Calculated risk. I guess that's, I mean, like most of the teams are actually going for, but you know what, Yangon Galactus is about ready, of course, to annihilate a team here. And the first team that they're looking on would be Claw. Again, Claw is still at the bottom of the leaderboards over here, so they do need to rack up some points.
Oh, okay. All right. Looks like we didn't need to wait that long. As Claw, they choose to come to South Jogopu. So that's where they will meet with Young Galacticos, but they are taking the left side. When we look at the spread of Young Galacticos, both teams taking a defensive stance now. Now, who will make the first move? Because this area is not in the circle, so the fight shouldn't take that long.
Okay, everyone is in position so far. Yangon Galacticos, they are all separated from each other. Obviously, if you can hold on to like multiple angles over here, that could best work for the team. Claw is doing the same thing, basically. I mean, they're really being careful at the moment. But coming off the kill feed, it's Revo coming from Alpha 7 that got the first blood here, shutting down Razak.
Okay. So that's going to be the first split. Give it to Alpha 7. Although, well, any side quest for Alpha 7 is to take the second place spot at this point. Nobody can take D plus gear. But you know what? D plus gear, they can have a nice side quest of breaching 300 points in this last round.
Oh man, you're absolutely right. And perhaps, you know, this is like the first time ever in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown that a team could like possibly exceed for over like more than 300 points here. Like, yeah, 300 points. Oh my goodness. Man, that is something. But anyway, okay. I mean, like, it's still a standoff between Yangon Galacticos and the opposing team. I mean, just really waiting it off. BTR, however, I'm trying to look for them exactly on the map. And yeah, they are over onto the northern side, very near Kameshki.
Yeah, so potential fight, maybe. Now everyone's making the rotation. Now last we checked the circle as well, it was like up north. So a lot of traveling for most of the teams. And that's where they will focus on like, okay, let's get into the prime position before we choose to take fights. Now, Claw and Young Galacticos looks like it will continue, but Claw, they have kind of left South Jogopool. Yeah, they buy the edge now. I guess they just want to loot and they probably want to get out of here because by now, with the zone approaching, it's probably not going to be worthwhile for them to stay.
And even with like Vampire Esports or Cloud, I think, you know, like it was a breeze, such a breeze that the way that they've gotten everything or like looted from that area and went straight ahead to Severny. I think they're trying to get into like the best position that they can do, considering that again we are so close to wrapping things up, you know, for the last day of the playoffs here. But potentially they could go up against Boindunki and even Alpha 7 over here. And for Vampires, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me on this one, Vampire is also like out of the top 18, right?
Yeah, they are at number 14 now with 120 points.
All right, okay.
Yeah, I doubt they can be pushed out of the top 18.
So I guess I think what they want to happen is like, if they have plans of getting that early position, I believe they just would want to like really gather or like accumulate more points in the matter. But Sem9, however, looking at them, they are over probably near Rozok area. They're down south of the circle, surrounded by NS Red Force and even Team Secret. So perhaps like a brawl could definitely break out in just a few more minutes. Yangon Galacticos, they are like going the same way as Claw probably. So it's going to be like the same entry point coming from the west side. So perhaps they could also go into a fight here. And as for FaZe, okay, it's a late entry coming from Shopper, coming from the south side. Potentially, they could go up against Aura Esports.
Oh, wow!
Wow.
Hot Chief Circle to the north with about 50% of water. Okay. This is where, because we're still at 16 teams, we can expect a lot of fights to happen now.
Oh, for sure. I think this is going to be a fasty rank closer cloud. But anyway, Alpha 7 right now going up in a fight up against Boom Esports, and that was it. Like, Convent already out of the game here, courtesy of Carillo, and now Boom Esports. They separated ways as well. You know, they're driving in all directions over here, but unfortunately, Mastery gets tagged by Zaynab. So I think, you know, it's 3 points in the bag now for the side of Alpha 7, and Boom Esports not looking too good here. They've taken a lot of damage.
Here's a nade across. Chips took a bit of damage, but he's still alright in general. The Vikings finding it hard. I mean, this is D plus K we're talking about. Look at this D plus K still playing their hearts out against the Vikings, but Fabian goes down, okay? They fight back. Osal down as well. Chips now showing up on the other side.
Boom!
He was sandwiched. That one player of MVKE taking him down. And the rest of MVKE, they need to follow up quickly while D plus K is looking their moves. Chips is going to be the final player for D plus K. And Chips is still able to make it. And he will be the hero to revive them all.
Oh boy, we are just at stage 2, but it's turning to be a bloodbath situation for most of the teams here. I mean, the kill feed is not stopping at all. Right now, we're looking at BTR versus A1 Esports, and just like that, they got eliminated empty-handed. For stage 2 here in Erangel, Horror Esports, oh man, they're challenging up D plus Key at the moment. They've been throwing a lot of nades to flush them out in the situation, and it's a great shot coming from No Fear. That was an instant grenade elimination.
Oh, they want to be the third party. Here we go. They have the numbers though. No Fear got Noble. Okay, that's a big one there. Chips now at the corner. The final player of D plus Care. And Horror Esports, they know that there's at least one more player left by the corner. He's waiting for Horror Esports to show up. The smoke isn't really helping Horror Esports as they navigate around. Okay, Chico with this thing. This thing could be the big one. Oh, he lobbed it to the left from the outside. If he lobbed it past the window, he would have got Chips.
Canary goes down as well, coming off the kill feed here, but of course we're not letting go of this situation. I mean, it's D plus Kia versus Horror Esports, and now we can see that Sleepy as well as No Fear here trying to find the best angle. Crypto goes down as well from the kill feed, and now No Fear trying to tag. Of course, play cat mouse in situation, and D plus Kia already got wiped out. So 13 teams for stage 2, Sem9, FaZe Clan, Alter Ego, Ares, man, they are battling it out.
Ooh, multiple fights. I also want to point out that D plus K, they won't be doing their side quest of 300 points. They're done as they're in group red. So we'll see them again tomorrow. Circle. What kind of circle we're going to see? Oh, I noticed a nade into the face of Red Bull. But anyway, circle update. We still got like 40% of water in this circle.
And Claw, man, they're still outside, man. Sem9, okay, 0 points. Looking good. Team Secret, 2 points in the bag. Going up against Horror Esports. No Fear out of the game. Jiggle still bleeding out there in the open. We are looking at Trang at the moment with all those jump shots with a DBS. Can he get it done? High Dammy trying to counter in this situation, but Sleepy Man, Jiggle as well, down on the ground, and that is it. The nail in the coffin. High Dammy already out of the game, but you know what? It's not from Team Secret. It came from Alpha 7.
Oh, look at the Mono team still up north. Yango Radicals is going to greet Vampire Esports soon. Here we go. For the northern side of Severny. Everyone wants a piece of this town with this kind of circle. Zone starts to close again. Yango Radicals, they will pick their spot on the left side of it while monitoring the situation of Vampire Esports. But this is an urban warfare. So everybody's just going to stay put in their own house.
For now, that would be like the best thing that they could do at the moment. Okay, we are experiencing a little bit of break time, you know, from all of the exchanges, which is of course absolutely doing good, you know, for the team. They could catch their breaths. Yangon Galacticos, however, they are coming after Vampire Esports from across the road. And they're having a fight where exactly? I believe that's down in Severny.
And That's just warning shots. So no big movement here. But here comes NS Red Force. But they will take the southern side of Severny. So they will be fine down there too. Not going to be a big issue. Now, Severny is not the biggest of town. And every entry corner has already been taken by the team. So if any other team wants to come in, they are very likely to have to take a fight.
Ooh, okay, here we go. Krypton capitalizing on this information. Like, he already has a team just right down below. Great vantage point. BTR 4 points now in the bag. And where are they exactly? Okay, so coming off the kill feed, it's NS Red Force as well. Shutting down players from inside the battlefield. And as for BTR, okay, they're coming from the west side, or east side rather, and there might be a chance that they could go against Voindunky or Team Secret and even Boomy Sports.
And Alter Ego, they're taking their time, still in the blue. Try to rotate away from Team Secret. Okay. Circle update soon. Is it going to be a hardship circle still to the north? We'll see. As the gunfire is happening. Okay, it's going to shift towards land now. Severny is going to be the focal point. But look at the amount of teams on the right side. There are like, what, 5 teams there at least?
I think it's at least 7 teams. Oh, man. Oh, like 6 teams maybe. Okay. So BTR, Alpha 7, Zero of Boomy Sports, Team Secret, Alter Ego Eras changed their direction. They're headed towards the south side. Unfortunately, Alpha gets shut down. So Moana, I'm not sure if he's going to continue on driving or perhaps he's going to go back for his teammate. Carillo, however, is just really punishing, Alter Ego Eras. So it's it's making it hard, for Alpha or like for Alter Ego Eras to actually get inside into the zone. I mean, that's the right thing to do in this situation. You just really have to capitalize on everything.
Wow, and Alpha 7, now they are at 8 eliminations. They are looking at taking that second place spot at least. Alter Ego eliminated number 10 for elimination points. I don't know if they are still in the top 18, but we'll tabulate that later because right now Team Secret needs to get out of this sticky situation. Lots of gunfire on the track, and Optimus will knock him down. Now Team Secret only has 1 player left. Razy will make sure that point goes to the hands of BTR.
BTR, the demolition team, coming from the east side. Yeah, they were able to clear their way, so I guess they're going to be safe for now. I mean, like, if the circle continues to shrink, I feel like they're going to go up against Voindunky, but however, I think they're going to just, like, wait for a little time here, maybe chill inside that compound for a while. They could, gatekeep GK coming from Team Secret since he's still outside of the zone. And Trang getting knocked down on the ground here. GK is about to get annihilated. And there you go, Bigatron again, taking some points. 8 LMs now in the bag, and they are still a complete squad, which makes them a big threat in this round.
They really feel that 2 of their first team players here just to push for the grand finals. I see what BTR did there. Well, now they are in top 17 and they have these 8 elimination points still with the full squad, so they can still gain more points to solidify themselves.
Exactly. Okay, here we go. Satar driving, of course. They're trying to go to all of the boxes here just to make sure that they have everything that they need.
BTR, okay. Now it's a little bit calmer. BTR by the edge of the circle because I believe they know now by this timing, if you want to enter directly into Severny, it's going to be impossible. There will be too many teams. So they volunteer to play on the outside by the edge of the circle. But sharing the same area is going to be Alpha 7. So Alpha 7, they know that BTR is there. But they're not making the big moves yet because anyway, you might as well wait for the 20 seconds to see where the circle goes before deciding on what to do.
Oh, okay, here we go. This is interesting. 3-way battle happening in Severny at the moment. I mean, we've got Young God Galacticos and his Red Force, and of course, Vampire Esports. This is a prime spot since this is the only area that's still included in the circle. And as for the other teams, like what we said, it's going to be a massive cleanup, especially coming from the east side. I mean, Alpha 7 is about to enter. We got Voindonkey as well holding on to a compound. And I feel like BTR and Alpha 7's maybe thinking, okay, maybe that's the spot I want to be in.
Yeah, and they both go together. And then they find Voindonkey there. It's like, oh, there's somebody here. Okay, cool. But BTR found somebody. They found Alpha 7. Try to shoot them away. But right now, Alpha 7, most of their players in the circle. So slightly of a positional advantage versus BTR. 8 more seconds before the zone starts to close. And BTR still on the outside. Alpha 7 made their move. But they're not committing into the building where Voindonkey is at.
If that compound of like Voindonkey still gets included in the circle, they are in big trouble, I feel. Like, because Alpha 7 and BTR will probably head towards that direction and snatch the compound out of their hands. But then again, it probably might be a three-way battle as well, so that's going to be crucial for those three teams. And as for those teams that's been staying in Severny, they're taking it slow. Vampire Esports still outside of the zone, but they just have to move a little forward. They have to be careful though, because like one wrong move and potentially they could be shut down by either Yangon Galacticos or NS Red Force. And as for Claw, they're being quiet over to the south side. Same thing for Alpha 7, so we're not exactly sure when the teams will decide to go up against each other. But you know what, BTR and Voindonkey, here we go. This is what we talked about, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, they decided to commit into the building where Voindonkey is at. And Voindonkey only had 2 players, so BTR made quick work of them. Now, it's a matter of whether Alpha 7 wants to be feisty or not. Oh, but look at this. Vampire Esports came out of Severny and they're looking at BTR. They got bored waiting in Severny.
So BTR was able to eliminate Voindonkey, and now it's time for Alpha 7 to come into play. Now we can see Squash Boost been doing a lot of spray here, and BTR, their response is actually to pop off a lot of smoke, which is of course helping them hide the visual up against Alpha 7. It's doing their case good so far. Vampire Esports, okay, they do have a shot up against Alpha 7 and BTR, but of course they still have to go for that right opening shot, and of course timing will definitely be key here. 6 teams remaining, rather, at stage 5, and 9 elimination points now for the side of Alpha 7, with Carrillo getting most of it.
Yeah, and Carrillo, 4 eliminations now, but Squash Boo knocked down by Annie. And now Alpha 7, they're going to move into the circle, but they're on the lower ground against Claw. But Claw's not paying them too much attention yet. Pretty much out in the open, they're playing with the terrain right now. As Beanie gets Pepank, okay, Claw takes Squash Boo, so 3 teams in a decently long-range exchange with each other. While inside of Severny, okay, we still have Vampire, but they sent out... hang that thought for a second. Circle moves all the way down south, but NS Red Force still has that circle.
I know, right? So, like, judging by the situation, I feel like NS Red Force, like, they do... have the best chance here of getting the chicken just because of the fact that they are surrounded by a lot of concrete like walls, buildings and whatnot that could help them, of course, dodge all those bullets being sent to their direction. But then again, if Yangon Galacticos decides to move in and Vampire Esports does the same, they could be in the world of trouble here.
And here comes the movement by BTR. They have to clear out Alpha 7 now because they're too close to them. They're trying to gather information. Bumblebee's doing the scouting work. But they don't have enough time. The zone is now closing. While Claw puts pressure back onto Alpha 7. Claw sends Unstoppable into the circle. They can still play by the left side though. They're quite spread out. They're playing a 2-2 formation. So if they feel that the pressure is just too much on the right, they can just play on the left.
Yeah. But I feel like Yangon Galacticos really is thinking to really push for the attack here up against NS Red Force, but BTR Bumblebee coming into play, coming in hot, We got Romeo Boy as well, shutting down a player coming from NS Red Force. And of course, this is the fight that we have been waiting for. Yangon Galacticos right now going head-to-head up against NS Red Force. We got Razy on the screen. Oh man, and Alpha 7 just like that got eliminated as well.
One drive-by is all it takes, but now XCY defends his ground against Yangon Galacticos. St. goes down to the hands of Beanie. TZ gets St. out. NS Red Force now with TZ and XCY, they need to save Doxy. But Romeo Boy is on the other side. Romeo Boy not in the circle yet. Pressures on for Romeo Boy.
Where art thou, Romeo? Oh man, like I always said, in this universe, Romeo is a fighter, not a lover. Okay, and now he needs to escape with his life because I believe he's the only one left, you know, for the team here. Now, NS Red Force, they do have their attention split. Of course, they're looking at Vampire Esports as well. We've got TZ on the screen here, pulls out this DPS and just looking to annihilate BTR as well. I mean, Vampire's right down there in the middle.
Oh, Shrubs just got gunned down. But he does have his teammates with the smoke blocking the view of his opponents. But here comes BTR. Claw sending nades across. And BTR now only with Satar left, the final active player. Razy is down. And Satar eliminated. That is BTR out. Now it's between NS Red Force, Claw, and Vampire Esports. 4v4v4.
Whew, man, NS Red Force definitely survived the attack that came from Yangon Galacticos. They held on to the line here. They're still strong. They're still a complete squad here. And now they are ready to challenge up the boys of Vampire Esports. Ons has been taking in a lot of hit, a lot of damage. Same thing goes for Miola. Vampire Esports not looking too good on the hands of the Koreans. And TZ just came into a fight here, shutting down Lazarus.
Oh, now Vampire Esports only have that one player left. It's going to be Vin Torres on the other side, cooking this nade. Sends it across. But Beanie evaded that one. Now they kind of have an idea that Vin Torres is on the other side. But before that, the cleanup is happening. And NS Red Force will collect those elimination points. 6 elimination points right now, but from afar, it's going to be XCY knocking down Annie.
Oh man, Beanie's still knocked down on the ground here, but XCY is not really stopping with that massive spray up against Claw, making it impossible for them to actually recuperate in this situation. Now we're down to 2 teams remaining here. NS Red Force, man, has taken a lot of damage, but you know what? They are resetting, picking themselves up, back again, ready for another fight. And Claw, you guys need to push forward.
Claw, 4 players versus NS Red Force, 4 players. But Unstoppable is still on the outside. Okay, NS Red Force, they're going to take the preemptive strike. Looks like they push forward. Same goes for a few members of Claw. Okay, both of them moving at the same time. Trying to roll for the wraparound. XCY got Bobo Ho. Unstoppable is down as well. Looks like NS Red Force has the upper hand right now. And NS Red Force, they want a piece of chicken dinner. They will get it.
Oh man, NS Red Force flexing their muscle over here. Man, ending the game Gangnam style. Match number 35, chicken dinner for NS Red Force.
Oh man, I printed them earlier today, but yeah.
Wrong game?
wrong round. But still gotta give it to NS Red Force. It was a good round for them. And they even scored a healthy amount of eliminations. Let's see. That's 11 eliminations from Severny to the outside. 21 points for NS Red Force.
Imagine the battles that they actually went through. I mean, like, BTR was there, Vampires was there, Yangon Galacticos was there. I even thought they're gonna get obliterated just because they're in between Yangon Galacticos and Vampire Esports a while ago, but then again, they still survived. They eliminated Yangon Galacticos, went after Vampire Esports, they survived, and well, eventually they got the chicken dinner. I mean, that is really like a show of force coming from NS.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. No stopping Red Force. There you go. I just did that. But because they scored this chicken dinner, okay, this number 2 spot, right? This number 2 spot have been exchanging like almost every round. And now with the fact that NS Red Force scored this one, likely they will claim back the number 2.
Oh yeah. It has been a tug of war, you know, between the second and the third spot in the overall leaderboards. But let's give, of course, a spotlight as well to Bigatron, Claw, Alpha 7, three teams that actually did great as well during this round. And again, I'm already curious since we are about to jump into our last game. Ah, man, just like who will be the top 18 teams out of these 24 teams?
Oh yeah. Well, whoever who is in Group Red, if they are out of top 18, they have no more games. That means they will be eliminated. But for the other groups, Green and Yellow, there's still one more game to go. So there's still a chance, depending on how many points that is. But before we get on to that, we're going to compare the head-to-head between NS Rip Force and Claw Slayers. NS Rip Force way ahead in terms of eliminations, in terms of damage, in terms of heals as well. That means they did a lot of work, they tank a lot of damage, so that's why they had to heal a lot. While Claw Slayers, because they played from the south, not many resistance, so they didn't see that as much action as NS Red Force, hence not as many eliminations. While MVP did not come from those two teams, it came from BTR, the mysterious Bumblebee.
And you know what? I feel like it was a missed opportunity though for the side of Claw. I mean, they could have gone for like the moment that NS Red Force decided to come after Vampire Esports while they were busy dealing with each other. I feel like that could be the opportunity for Claw to actually step into the game as well. They could have gotten some lucky shots or maybe like inflicted a lot of damage onto the side of NS Red Force, or like maybe after coming out of like a fight up against Vampire Esports, they could have just like really just swoop in.
Yeah, and the other players that swooped in, we gotta give them a shout out as well on screen there with a lot of eliminations across the board. And speaking about the board, here we have NS Red Force 21 points, BTR 17 points. They would have done enough to be in the top 18. Claw Slayers 11 trying to claw back. Okay, Claw Slayers, they are in Group Yellow. So that means they will have one more game that they are playing, giving them a bit of hope perhaps to be in 18.
Yeah, of course, everyone's wishing like a big thing to happen for the side of Claw Slayers. I mean, this is such a great performance. 11 points in the bag here. You know how hard it is to even acquire one elimination point in the game, judging by like the caliber of teams that we have in the lobby. And they're tied up with Alpha 7 Esports. So like maybe for the last game, they could just give us the 100%, you know, coming from Claw Slayers and just really claw their way out of the bottom of the overall standings, and perhaps that could do them something good. Maybe we can see them play in the grand finals, but of course those are just like questions and anticipations and like even guesses, you know, things that could happen in the last game. But when it comes to the stats here, 196 numbers in total throwables used in the match, and the 392 meters for the longest elimination distance set up by Revo of Alpha 7. And as for the airdrops, nobody was even interested to go for it.
Yeah, zero. Everyone was just busy rotating and then fight and rotate and fight and rotate and fight. But NS Red Force, they were busy reclaiming their throne. And NS Red Force, they will still play the last game. So they have one more opportunity to just solidifying it, the second place, and stacking the Korean region on top. Now on page 2, MVKE 118. So that could be a benchmark. Depends on what the points are on page 3.
Oh man, I'm okay, my anxiety is already shooting through the roof here. I mean, Vikings, they're not that safe. Are they gonna play for the last round?
Which team?
Vikings.
Vikings, they are, yes. If you look at the overalls, they only played 3 games. So yes, yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so Alpha Gaming is at number 18 with 109. That's a 1-point lead up against Boom Esports. Talon is still close. I mean, the gap is not that far wide, so there's a chance, like, up until A1, like A1 can still make it. But then again, they will have to give their best For Boom, I don't know what's gonna happen. I feel like this is gonna be a tug of war. Who gets to be to get to sit at the 18th place. So I believe we're not gonna be looking at those teams that are part of the first and second page, but rather the teams that are on the third page.
Yeah, mathematically A1 could still do it. Technically Kinotrop can, but they must come up big. But one last game to go for everyone. Well, Group Green and Yellow, that is. We'll take a short break and we'll see you guys for the final game after this.
the moment we all have been waiting for. Welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 11. We are down to our final match this evening. And of course, nothing's changed. You